How's it going? How is everybody doing tonight? We were stuck on the intro screen for a moment longer than I would have liked there, because I lost my mouse for a minute. That was fun. It was a good time. My desk is a mess right now. I'm gonna spend just a minute here cleaning up before we get going. I've been building Marvel Crisis Protocol figures, and I think I need to issue an apology to Jack for periodically, once in a while, a handful of times. How else can I downplay this? Maybe making fun of his assembly job on some of the MCP figures. As it turns out, oh, my monitor was set really low there. As it turns out, they're really fiddly. Like, really, really fiddly. Sumatha, Kursala, Metal Core Collectibles. Good to see you. How are things? Like, really fiddly. I'm going to swap over to the desk camera before I put these away, actually. I might as well show you guys. It's crazy. It's crazy. They're super detailed miniatures. I have a hard time believing that they needed to be divided into this many tiny pieces to be as good as they are. Now, don't get me wrong. They're highly detailed. Some of these pieces make sense for the plastic molding process that they use. They've done a few things that I like as far as including spare pieces of the teeniest, tiniest parts. But I mean, literally, when I built Baron Zemo, the patches on his jacket are separate pieces. Like, you build his hand, and that goes on his arm, and then you, like, glue in this connector piece that's just his elbow. It's like 2 millimeters. It's tiny. I have a hard time believing that these subdivisions were necessary. But they're good-looking figures when you finish them, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm complaining about a good thing. Who the hell knows? Oh, my lord. Riot Sister. How we doing tonight? There is Hamburg Tack. There is Data Nerd and Datron Voltari. But why? Well, because they're pretty. They're pretty figures. And I'm going to be painting this whole new core set so that I will actually own some Marvel figures. That'll be a good time. Now that I've actually painted all these, I feel a lot more confident approaching my paint jobs. I know what colors I'm going to use. I know what techniques I'm going to use. I know what things I'm not going to do, because I did them on the first one and it was stupid. And I learned that lesson in theory, you know. Sometimes we learn lessons around here. Not all the time. Learning lessons, man. It's for nerds, you know. And a very happy holidays also to you, Datron Voltari. And hey, thanks to everybody who came out last night to hang out on Discord and watch a couple of movies. That was a good time. I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it. But it would probably be at Thunderhead. What have I done to the Woodchuck community that you feel has warranted this abuse, SP Firestarter? I'm not saying it. I'll have you know that I donate to Woodchuck causes all the time. I bet you didn't know those were a thing. Well, shame on you, sir. Shame on you. Pity mode. That was mean of me. That was mean. I felt bad about that one as soon as it came out. I was just like, oh, SP Firestarter's doing well. I better heap on some abuse so he doesn't get too big for his britches. So I just threw out, oh, I turned on pity mode. Jesus. Speaking of which, something for us to think about. This Thursday is New Year's. Our next game stream time is New Year's. Now, I mean, I'm not going anywhere or doing anything for New Year's. I have no reason not to be right here or playing some games. But the question is, do we just continue? Well, two questions. First of all, do we play more Jedi Fallen Order? Or do we maybe do some community games of Titanfall? I'd be down for either. We've got a couple people playing Titanfall lately, and it's a lot of fun. We've been playing Frontier Defense and doing pretty well. And if I'm streaming Thursday, and I usually end around 10 o'clock, what's to stop me from just rolling right over that finish line? Just go a little bit longer and tick on over past midnight. Stream for the new year. Why the hell not? I can't think of any compelling reasons not to. Except that I'll be tired. But I mean, you know, that's not like a legitimate reason. Like when you're streaming and you're trying to stream regularly and you're trying to do fun things, I think I'm kind of tired. Just it fades into the background of non-excuses. Fall of the Titans. Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. A lot of fun with. I could just start later. I mean, this is why I should run these plans by Kat before I decide anything. She goes right to the easiest answer. I don't know. I think one way or another we'll probably end up just streaming right on through New Year's and into January. Got a friend, Titanfall so far sucks at the wall running. Yeah, it takes practice. It definitely takes practice. I can fist bump you if we're both in mechs. Give me one right. I'm gonna give me the robot jocks, Colonel Matthew Steiner. You ready? Here it comes. Crash and burn. Right there. Hell yeah. Speaking of robot jocks, we were talking last night about what we are going to watch for next month's movie night, which so far people seem to be enjoying the movie night. I don't know. I wasn't sure that we were going to continue with it, but I mean, people are showing up. People are having fun. I'm having fun. I was able to sit there last night. I put my feet up on my desk. You know, I brought the mic back to me. I pulled out my tablet. I sculpted away. You're going to see that on the 3D printer today. I'm printing some new Hex Hills for the Hex Tech line. I just got started on a real kick doing tablet sculpting, and I'm using those as projects just to sort of learn the excuse me, just sort of learn the Nomad Sculpt software a little bit better. It's a fairly new sculpting program that's available on iPad. So nice, so incredibly nice. So we are going to what was I leading into? I was talking about the Hex Hills. Ah, fuck, I don't know. My brain's mush. You know, video games and painting models and the hexes and stuff, man. Of course. Kursala has broken my fucking brain over the last 48 hours or so. He reached into my imagination center and he found this little nugget of an idea that I'd been working on for Trinity City, that I worked on for a couple of months early on this year, and then I got distracted with other projects and I didn't really have any place for it to go. And he just sort of gently tapped around the shell until he found a weak point and cracked that son of a bitch wide open. And I've been writing stuff. And it's building up to the one thing I can say it's going to build. It has the potential to build into some other things, but I don't want to distract myself with long-term goals when I should be focused on near-term goals, on immediate goals. So what it is turning into right now is an alternative setting for that one-shot RPG we've been talking about running here on the stream. It is a functionally very similar setting to Cyberpunk in many ways, and as such we will be using the same game system with some small modifications, but it is its own setting. I've been having fun with it. I think it's pretty cool. I think the players are gonna like it. You might like it, I don't know. You'll probably recognize some of the names that I throw around if you've been on this stream at all in the last year. I don't know. I get nervous when I'm writing. Like, I have all these ideas. I'm like, this is a great idea. I should write this down. And then I get into a mode afterward where I'm like, no, that's stupid and derivative. As if I don't give lots of money to read stupid and derivative but dramatic things. Like, that is the marketplace. CP2077 meets Changeling? Well, that's oddly specific, isn't it? Ooh, thank you so much. Ooh, I got some tea. Ooh, that's hot. I'm going to set that down for a minute. I'm going to set that down for just a minute. So, yeah. New year, new me. Actually, not a new me. Same old me, but new projects. I do have lots of people for feedback, Data Nerd. And it's an idea that, like I'm saying, it has the potential to grow into more. I have a lot of ideas surrounding it. I think we're going to take it slow, and we're going to kind of ease into it with the role-playing game and see if some compelling ideas and stories don't evolve out of that through the players. And I figure, worst-case scenario, it'll survive as long as we're able to run a tabletop game, and then it'll fade into the background like so many ideas I've had. But best-case scenario, we could be looking at a pretty cool setting for a series of role-playing games. Actually, no, that's not the best-case scenario. That's just a good case scenario. There's a better-case scenario in which, I retire on an island surrounded by nubile concubines. Like, I'm not entirely sure how this would lead to that, but I don't want to rule that future out, because I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot if I do that. Nah, I mean. How you doing, Vergaderon? Good to see you. And Larabic. Yeah, I can't wait either, man. We're so close. We're so close. I was just saying we're probably going to roll right over, tick into the new year right here on the stream. I'm going to be playing some games. I got my tea. I'm going to let that sit for a minute. Let me go ahead and snap over to the other camera. I want to show you guys these models before I figure out what I'm going to do on these heavy gears. I've reassessed my approach to those Rakshasa from Ion Raptor and temporarily halted painting those. I've got these two other ones that I'm going to try a new technique on. Maybe we'll do some of that tonight. I don't know. Who knows? I just gotta get painting something. Painting something. But seriously, you gotta look at these models. They're fucking crazy. Oh, my camera's not working. Let me fix that. At least it's not terribly difficult to fix, but yeah, I'm gonna have to reassess that cam length that I'm using. Oh well. I got a good deal on it one way or the other. Yeah, the original Zefram Cochrane dream, absolutely. That was one of my favorite revelations of that movie. They're like, oh, Zefram Cochrane, he was a dreamer. There was a statue of him and he was sort of looking off into the future and reaching towards the sky, and he's like, I just wanted to get drunk. I liked science and I wanted to drink myself to death. That's a cool movie. That's a cool movie. We were talking about that a little bit last night indirectly, if only because as we were watching Die Hard and talking, at least I was talking, gushing might be more accurate, about Alan Rickman. And of course you talk Alan Rickman and Galaxy Quest comes up. Galaxy Quest, the best Star Trek movie in existence, I'm pretty sure. And that's going to get added to the next vote list for the movie night. Almost certainly. So yeah, let's take a look at these. So I built two of them kind of last night, late. And I got Baron Zemo constructed, and then I just went ahead and threw Crossbones on the ground there, because I'm, pro streamer. But this dude is so many pieces. His sword in hand is a piece, and then the top half of his arm is a piece. And then the front part of his shearling jacket here, that's a piece. The elbow of his jacket is a completely separate piece. The elbow on this jacket is a completely separate piece. Like, it's a little maddening. It's a little maddening. He's not even the worst of them. Crossbones, his face is a different piece than his head. Like, I shit you not. The face, his little skull face, is a completely separate piece that gets glued into his head. His pouches are separate pieces that you glue down. I don't know why they did this. I can't imagine that it was actually necessary. Wolfenspawn, 10 months. Another month of, well, something. Anyway, this year's flown by. Best wishes for the new year, and also to you, Wolfenspawn. Thank you so much for being here, man. I really do appreciate your support. We've had a pretty good time this year. We've had a pretty good time this year, and I feel pretty confident that we're going to keep this going for at least another year. I feel pretty good about moving into this next year, expanding, trying new things, growing. Growth is important. You stop growing, you start dying. Or you have, reached the maximum supportable size for your environment, like a catfish. That's also possible. But I mean, okay, let's take a look at, so here's Iron Man. Here, since I've got him here, let's compare. Here's Iron Man. And here's Iron Man. I mean, what are we doing here? This is crazy. I understand dividing up into subparts to get the best like really deep and really crisp details, but the amount of subdivision that's gone on here, I don't even feel like the details are as crisp as they should be. They're good-looking models, but someone in their design department is smoking a whole lot of crack. It's crazy. What kind of tea am I drinking? I think I've got some... I think that's just Earl Grey. Yeah. With nothing in it. Yeah. I just asked for tea. I didn't make any specifications. Just needs a little something to pep me up. A little something. Last night just became, what movies have you seen, Firestarter? Yeah, okay, I mean, it wasn't meant to be just grilling Firestarter and what Firestarter had seen. That wasn't the primary idea. Balloonist, like a balloonist, but -1 O, apparently. Balloonist. I feel like I'm pronouncing that wrong. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, I just need a little bit of pep. A little something. Balloonist was taken, so we're going... I like your moxie, Balloonist. Balloonist was taken. I adapted. No one cared who I was until I dropped the O. Let's take another quick look at this, because some of these are... Hang on, what's the worst of them? What is the worst of them? Let's have a look at Captain America here. This is Captain America. To make this guy. This guy who's in a pose that honestly seems like it could have done decently with like a flat cast. Because he's mostly in one plane with his pose that would admittedly be very confusing if you didn't know who the character was and what he did with his shield. Like, what is he doing there exactly? I want to put him on a surfboard or something. So, Vergadarung, I have built Malifaux before. I have a bunch of the Children of December. Have I never shown you? I might not have ever shown you my Children of December, but I did, what's her name? Something Ina? I don't remember who their leader's name is. She has all the cold abilities. And they're little goblin dudes, and I did their Sisters of Silence, and that's not what they're called. They're the chicks with the, like, Mempo-style face masks. And then, like, the ice dancers, I think they're called. I did a whole series of those. And those models are very fiddly, and they come in very tiny pieces. Yes, I acknowledge that. But let's take one more look so that you understand what I'm talking about here. This is Ultron. This here. For God's sake, his thighs are 2 pieces each. Here's Ultron. Here's Ultron. This is nonsense. This is fucking crazy. I'm well, you know, don't build them drunk. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Fucking, I mean, Dr. Octopus has in some cases individual fingers for his claws. Like his claws here, we have one of them is in, it's got 2, and then you attach the 3rd in each case. I will give them, though, that for some of their spindliest and most important parts, like we see here on Red Skull, like they give you 2 of the cosmic cubes, at the very least. That has to be worth something. Because they're like, you're probably going to lose one of these. So let's go ahead and give you a couple. Alright, let me move these out of the way. Balloonist! Making a splash, coming in hot with that Prime sub. Thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. This is, see, I need to criticize Atomic Mass more often. That's what really brings them in. Oh, really? They're gorgeous models, though. They are gorgeous models. Atomic Walrus. I'm trying to imagine what an Atomic Walrus would even look like, and I'm drawing a blank. All my imagination has been used up on Mad Max scenarios for the last 24 hours. Atomic Walrus, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing today? said the word atomic, so you had to follow. That's an interesting demographic. I wonder how many people have followed just because I said a particular word. Should I just go through the dictionary saying words so that I net that entire view demographic? Is that a viable avenue to growth, I wonder? I mean, probably not. Probably not, let's be honest. A pinup girl on an atomic bomb, but a walrus. See, you said that, but because of the way my mind works, now I'm picturing, like, Slim Pickens on a walrus, you know, waving his cowboy hat. Riding it all the way down, you know? That's what I have in my head now. Both are acceptable. I like the cut of your jib, Atomic Walrus. And the curvature of your tusk, as it were. Alright, let me move these two idiots out of here. Oh, I have the drive right now to work on some heavy gear. So we're going to work on these, and I am such an expert on heavy gear, you guys, that I totally remember that these gears are from the south? The southern forces? Yeah. Shit. I had a 50-50 shot. I had a 50-50 shot. I couldn't remember which ones were the space Nazis. Like, I remember that the gray ones are effectively the space Nazis, but I couldn't remember if they were north or south. Well, Roland, I wasn't sure that you were here, and I didn't want to ask a question to nobody, and then I feel like if I had asked, you would have just let me squirm. I feel like you would have. Alright, fine, they're from the north. They're the north guys. And then, yeah, we got some of these south guys. But just trying to get them to a, tabletop standard. So, no reason not to plug away at them tonight. And then if we got some time after that, which we won't because we never do, and I always underestimate the time I'm going to take working on things, then maybe we'll build some MCP models. But again, that's not going to happen, so. Looking at these guys, this was a pretty... I have the one that's like mostly done. Like, this guy's about where I want to get the rest to, minus no work has been done on his base, so I'm going to do a little bit of work on that. But boxy north, rounded south. Okay, that's easy to remember. That's something anyway. What was I about to say? Okay, so this was a simple airbrush, dry brush job for their base tone, and I'd like to give it a little bit more depth. So I'm going to water down a little bit of Vallejo smoke and do a wash over the tan parts of this guy and see what it does. I know I talk about Vallejo smoke a lot, but I haven't really used that much of it over the last year. It's funny, because in 2019 when I was painting, I was using Vallejo smoke for like everything. It was a little bit crazy. I do have Vallejo smoke, don't I? Yeah, there it is, okay. We'll slap that on this guy and then get to work on the details of the others before I decide if I want to do it to them as well. Probably will. Probably will. I just want to give it a little bit of depth. I think this is going to do it for me. Now, the other thing I could do is I could give them a cool tone wash, something in a blue to a blue-black into the shadows. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Do I want to do that instead? Ugh, why do I have to come up with ideas as I'm prepping washes? Why do I do this to myself? Nah. No. I don't want to try anything too experimental with these. I just want to get them done so that I can play some demo games. Where is my thinner? Those are white spirits. I don't want those. There's my flow aid, and there's some matte medium. A little flow aid. A little bit of medium. acquired the funniest weapon in Cyberpunk 2077. So I'm interested in hearing what that weapon is. I want to note that I acquired the most disappointing weapon in Cyberpunk 2077. I got Johnny Silverhand's handgun that you use a few times in the flashbacks, and when you're Johnny Silverhand, you're like, kapow, 1400 damage, kapow, 1700 damage. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I got that badass pistol. It's gonna put holes in people. And I went up to some goons and I was like, kapow, 300 damage. And I'm not like an expert necessarily in how fictional handguns of the future would work, but I'm not quite sure how that translates. It's why I hate RPG stats as applied to the damage of ranged weapons, like happens so often in games like that, because it's like I don't really see how having a handgun skill a little bit higher means that shooting you with the same gun in the same spot deals that much more damage. A little bit more damage, I mean, maybe, arguably in an abstract sense. But I was very disappointed by Johnny Silverhand's gun. It does jack and shit. I need to put a glove on. Hey. There's my man Dave. How you doing today, man? Oh, a talking smart gun. Oh, yeah, you mentioned that one before. I have not found that one yet. There's so much to love in Cyberpunk 2077. I'm looking forward to when they make it easier to love those things. And by easier to love those things, I mean less fucking buggy, man. It's one of those things where not everybody encounters the bugs all that often, so people get an attitude of like, oh, you're over-exaggerating it, and then you get to like one really dramatic part of the game, and it's going to hit you with the dumbest bug you could possibly think of. I'm currently unable to finish the last series of missions that I started, the final act missions, because one of the NPCs I need to talk to just bugged right the fuck out. I could probably... Like, I've reloaded the game a few times. I need to reload one of my autosaves from slightly before it. I'm sure that'll fix it, but, you know, sometimes it just kills your momentum. Kills your momentum. So what's everybody working on tonight? Y'all painting anything? You building anything? I'm sure we'll get a look later in the storm report, but I'm curious. I'm curious now. Yeah, that gives it a little something. A little something. Would you say, Kat, that you watched Wonder Woman 84 instead of hanging out in chat last night? You have my sympathies. I didn't hate Wonder Woman 84 as much as it seems like a lot of people did. Now, you're not going to catch me saying that it's like a great movie, because it's not. It is officially not a very good movie. It's a frankly fairly ridiculous movie. Yeah, I like that. That is a little bit of a darker, greasier sort of brown, which works because I wanted to do the bases in a little bit of a desert scheme, and that was not going to work while these guys were quite as light of tan as they are. I didn't loathe Wonder Woman 84. I did not. It wasn't great. It was not great. There's a lot of silly crap that goes on, but I mean, I'll be the first to acknowledge that my standards for DC movies are lowered. Significantly lowered from where they were in the beginning based on the fact that most of them have been dog shit sandwiches. In a bad way. In a bad way. Stuck a pick in the Storm Report. Ooh, I didn't see what you were working on, Dave. Hang on. Got some models painted, can't take a proper pick. I look forward to seeing them in the Storm Report in that case. More work on the Oryx, nice metal core, very, very nice. We're the Gamers is getting Streamlabs reset up to do some streaming starting tomorrow. Working on dungeon tiles for D&D. Fuck yeah, guys, by the way, could we get a quick shout out from one of our mods here for We're the Gamers? Definitely give that man a follow. He's going to be streaming some 3D design for wargaming terrain here in the near future. That is not a stream you want to miss. Colonel Matthew Steiner primed up a new assault company for Battletech, working on a scheme for a Capellan company. Ooh, that should be interesting. They have such fun color schemes. Which mechs are you painting? You said it's a whole assault company. Are they all the new CGL mechs? Finishing up building a Hardware Studios Star Wars ship. They have really nice ships. Hardware's Star Wars stuff is fairly inspired. He has a really good eye for that style, that visual style they established with that early 70s concept art. We have Siestinator Rio. Good to see you, man. How are things? Bonus nachos also unto you, Gear Falcon. It did. It felt weird. Like that meme that I posted. I posted the Oscar Martinez meme from The Office on the Discord. The analytical part of me wants to examine it, but I know it has no content. That's exactly how I feel. Like, I want to get into it. I kind of want to go off on it, but I know in my heart, when I look at it, that there's nothing to examine. It exists. And I don't think anybody's really all that happy about it. I don't even think they were all that happy to make it. Maybe it'll sober some people up as far as everybody being all jazzed on Patty Jenkins making Rogue Squadron. My experience with Patty Jenkins tells us that Rogue Squadron will be acceptable. It will probably have better special effects than Wonder Woman. That was the one thing that kind of blew my mind in Wonder Woman 84, is that some of the special effects, some of the CG is just like, it's bad. Like, it's jarringly bad in parts, and I guess I just expected more, even out of Warner Brothers, but, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? 45 Irbies. Yeah, that sounds reasonable, sure. DC needs to stick with animated stuff. They really do. Their animated stuff is fantastic. Their live-action stuff is forgettable under the best of circumstances and enraging under the worst. Trying to get Pretzel to play on stream and to my headphones is difficult, mostly because Mac OS is a pain in the ass. So what I have, and it may or may not help you since you're using Mac OS, I use virtual audio cables. I have Pretzel outputting to one virtual audio cable. And then that is my input on OBS, and I just set my monitor through OBS. So technically I'm listening to OBS, which is piping Pretzel through itself. To be fair, the film she made and what was released are two different things. Maybe. I'm not sure what you could... See, people have been making that excuse for Snyder for years now about Justice League. And everybody is still weirdly, like, excited about, oh, they reshot a bunch of Justice League for HBO. And I'm like, you really think they're going to make that movie that much? Do you think adding a couple of scenes is really going to change that movie? Like, really? I don't think it is. I have a hard time believing it. It's not going to be that significant. Maybe I'm wrong. I know I usually am. Last day of the 5-day vacay, a little annoyed because this 5-day Christmas vacation went by faster than my Thanksgiving 4-day vacation. Linear time is a bitch that way. Doesn't really make any sense. Kind of does whatever it feels like. I hope that you enjoyed it, even as it went by too fast, Rio. I know that I have enjoyed having some time to hang out with you and play Titanfall 2 over this break. Pellin's Our House of Mara, New Assault Company are 3D prints and Strato minis. Well, I'm sure they're going to look fantastic, Matthew Steiner. I like the way you take pictures of your mechs, dude. It always makes me think, maybe I should, like, set up a little action scene to take pictures in, but I'm too lazy. Fundamentally, I think that's really what happens. I don't doubt that, Roland, because there are some things that are just straight missing from the movie. Like, you remember when Kristen Wiig transformed into Cheetah? Because I don't. I have no recollection of that scene because I'm pretty sure it's not in the movie. And yet, I look at that and I think they had to have filmed this. How do you have a character that transforms into an animal and you just don't make a transformation sequence? Or really give any explanation as to why it happened? It did feel like there were big pieces of the movie missing, but again, I question if those pieces will actually improve the film or not. Yeah, I think it still is. I feel like it is through the new year. Titanfall 2 on sale on Steam for, it's like $9.50 American, I want to say. It's cheap. It's less than $10, just. If you do not have Titanfall 2 and you are even the tiniest bit curious to try it, just drop the $10. You can, if you play it for an hour and you're like, this game sucks, you can return it on Steam and get a full refund. You'll know within an hour whether you like it or not. Give it a shot, because in an hour you will be falling in love with BT7274 just like all of us have. He really is the best. And you'll be able to play Frontier Defense with myself, and Vergaderung, and Firestarter, and Rio, and, you know, Riot Sister if we can ever con her into doing it. Alright, lay down a little bit of coal black and do some base coating. Game called Running with Rifles I played a while back with, yeah, I've played Running with Rifles. It's ridiculous. I feel like I should have gotten more into that game than I actually did. Where the gamers got Titanfall 2 on Xbone. Does it do crossplay? I don't know. I don't think it does. I don't think it does, but I don't know for sure. I need to put a little bit more water in my wet palette here. Don't mind me. Curling a little bit at the edges, and we don't want that now, do we? We don't. It's not a thing we want. I've really got to transfer this coal black into a dropper bottle. I really do. I just haven't. You do need to finish. If you haven't finished the single-player campaign, you absolutely do. The single-player campaign of Titanfall 2 is bizarrely one of the coolest things about it. It's just great. It's just great the whole way through. So I've been looking up lately resources for tabletop gaming online. I have not myself participated in that many online tabletop role-playing games, like through digital tabletops, or there's another word for those types of programs. You know, Roll20, so on and so forth. I briefly participated in one with We're the Gamers, like sessions worth, but it was also right at a time when a bunch of work was ramping up for me, and I mean, you know how people are with tabletop gaming. It's a challenge to get a group together in the first place, and it's even more of a challenge to keep a group going. But I dabbled in that one. I'm going to be doing another one. Did I see Wombat Combat Prime in the chat? I think I did. I'm going to be getting into another one with him in the near future, which will be a Cthulhu Mythos Arkham Investigation type one, primarily using the Theater of the Mind, is my understanding. And then, yes, ass sessions. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much for that. But lately the bug has bitten me again, is the point I'm really trying to get at here. So I will be doing some role-playing with Wombat Combat. I don't know if that's going to be streamed or not. I don't know if he plans to stream it. I don't think I will from my end. We'll see. Either way, we're going to be playing that online, and then I have lately been sort of ramping up to, as I mentioned, running a Cyberpunk game, which that is an evolving idea. It now appears that we will be running a game using the Cyberpunk Red system in a custom setting that isn't necessarily the Night City of the Cyberpunk universe, but is functionally identical to it. So it won't really take that much adaptation on anyone's part other than the game master, swapping around some names and a couple of rules. But the bugs got me, and I've been looking up how people do that online lately. What are the tools used? You know, looked at Roll20, which is I think what we're going to be using for the first campaign, looked at some other stuff. There's a virtual tabletop called Foundry that just came out that I was looking at the features for, and whew, it's... Man, if we had these tools in the heyday of my tabletop, role-playing back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was really doing a lot of it, we would have killed. We would have killed for some of the abilities that game masters have now, just at the tips of their fingers. Like, even playing in person, there's an app called Syrinscape I discovered, as if it's a secret. It's a very popular app called Syrinscape. I was not aware of it before. And, yeah, schedules are the devil. I'm going to seize on that for a moment. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the West Marches style of campaign, but I believe that is how we are going. That is how I'm going to look to run this, assuming that we continue on into more sessions. Which is to say that it is more about the setting than the specific characters in it. And the idea is that we don't have to have the same group meeting every single session, every single scheduled session, always together, and the plot totally revolving around them to continue, but rather players will have the option of kind of dropping in and dropping out as they want as people sign on to take jobs. This is the theory. So we'll see how that goes. But yes, Syrinscape is kind of blowing my mind. I got it set up, and I'm absolutely going to use it. I think it's really, really cool. It lets me have like my tablet to one side of me, and the other players then open up just an app window on their PC and make sure that the sound works, and then I have a little soundboard, like a mixer soundboard, right there on my tablet. I push buttons, and it plays music and sound effects and combinations of sounds and anything that I want to set up, and it plays it right on their PC for them. So I can do like background music, I can do ambient sound, I can be like, oh my god, some gunshots ring out, and I can push a button and have it happen. Like, we're gonna play with that. I'm probably not gonna use it very well the first few times, but I think it's really, really cool. And like I said, if I had that back in the 2000s, the early 2000s, holy shit, I would have used it so much. So much. Had a fun fan theory. The King in Yellow was a computer virus for Cyber Cthulhu. You're out of your damn mind, We're the Gamers. Just out of your mind. Yeah, that's exactly it, Kursala. Like, because the story will be primarily about the setting, like, we'll be able to give it a lapse for a while if we want to, and then players could set up a game kind of on their own. Again, I'm not saying we're going to do this, this is how it's going to be, because I know the nature of role-playing games, and I know that there will be unexpected hiccups in there, but it seems like a very achievable goal to me right now. And it's something that I'd very much like to do. It seems like with the internet, that seems like the best way to run a campaign right now. Is just with a broad pool of players, and it's like, hey, if you can play this month, stupendous. If you can't, don't worry about it. We'll keep going, you can get caught up on things later and jump back in. It's never been, like, it's a style of campaign I've honestly, I wanted to run a long time ago, but the internet makes it more accessible. I mean, when you struggle to find 5 players to fill out a group in your little hometown, you're definitely going to struggle to find 10 players to fill out a rotating roster, you know? Never actually played a tabletop game. Interesting, Gear Falcon. Well, this may just be your opportunity if you're interested. It may. I make no promises. I make no promises. I only tease potential. Well, what was I thinking when I painted this? I don't know. Let's fix it. Touch more coal black. I am going to, I'm going to try to curate the groups so that we don't wind up with a whole lot of inexperienced players in a game at any given time. I would like to sort of curate that to make sure that we get at least one experienced player per group. And I'll let people know ahead of time that I'm gonna fudge some numbers. Like, it's fair that everyone be warned. First of all, it is going to be a sudden and violent setting, and to expect the possibility for your characters to die at any given time. Combat will be very, very dangerous. Now, that said, as a game master, I have always been willing to fudge certain roles for the sake of enjoyment of all parties. Because sometimes you roll a character and you walk out into the street and something random happens and some random ganger's like, I shoot at you with a light pistol and I hit you in the head and I blow your brains out. And that's not fun. It really, really isn't. I would like for it to at least happen for a reason. Fluke Skywalker, the little-known Skywalker cousin from Mon Calamari, has just joined the stream. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. And a good evening also to you, Robosh. Well, see, that's the thing, Kursala, and I think you know this. There are giant robots involved. That may be the one major deviation, thematically speaking, from the cyberpunk setting is, oh, there's gonna be mechs. There's gonna be mechs. Absolutely. How you doing, Fluke Skywalker? How are things? There's gonna be more mechs, Roland. More. Many, many more. Manro Fasal with that 9 months of subscription. Manro, thank you so much for that, man. How are things? You having a good day, dude? It's always good to see you. My Game Envy brushes haven't arrived yet. I just remembered I ordered them. Yeah, we're going much more with the bipedal route, Roland. I'll talk to you some about it later. I think you'll like what we're doing. And I've been thinking about how to integrate Twitch chat into a role-playing game to let channel points, affect the game and stuff without being too crazy. We'll probably do something like letting people buy role modifiers for players with channel points. Probably. I don't know. This is all musing. We'll see how it goes, ultimately. See what people think. Oprah smash! Oprah smash! Oh, look under seat. You get smash. Everyone gets smash. Oprah Smash, welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the follow. Name an NPC after people, yeah, that's an option. Just some fun little things for players to affect the game, or for chat members to affect the game a little bit. Every single thing that is redeemable for channel points, I should go ahead and let you know now, just in case you're interested, which, who knows, somebody might be. Will be subject to my review and approval. There will be no question that if you're like, name an NPC, fart butt smasher, and he's got a wiener on his forehead, and he has 2 big piston arms, and he kills the players in their sleep. I'm gonna be like, no, and what the, how did you even get into this chat? Takeshi Kovacs? It was Takeshi, wasn't it? Takashi. Ah, I was so close. I was so close. I'm going to throw a quick black wash over these weapons before I highlight up the next one. Because I went a little crazy with this. Actually, you know what? I'll do the black wash after I highlight up this other guy who didn't get any highlights. That's a better idea. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do some highlighting. Mixing a little heavy blue-gray with just a touch of my coal black. Not bad. Not a bad one. My tree grind bro, them dryads not going to paint themselves. Wait. Luke Skywalker, do we know each other? Tree painting. I'm drawing a blank, and I feel like a goon for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I should know what you're talking about. I'm a terrible person. Stole your character idea. And Hamburg Tack is officially banned from the game. Hey, Downslide. Good to see ya. Some quick and easy highlights. Nothing too crazy. Was Altered Carbon Season 2 any good? Because I didn't watch it. Oh, you're just painting some Sylvaneth. Okay, I wasn't sure. I meet and talk to a lot of people about miniature painting, and I was like, did I talk to somebody about painting Sylvaneth recently and forgot about it? I was gonna feel like an asshole. More than I usually do. Now I'll just feel like an asshole the usual amount. Well, that's pretty cool, man. Hope them Sylvaneth are coming out nice for you. They're cool models. I mean, you guys know, even when I decide to criticize Games Workshop for their business or creative choices, I will never deny that they make some very, very cool models. The Sylvaneth in particular are, there haven't been that many good tree folk models just in generic fantasy ranges for a long time, and the Sylvaneth are at least a unique take on them. The weather seems about ready to get dumb. Yeah, that's what they were saying, is that, like, tomorrow I'm probably going to be getting some more snow around here. A little bit more snow. Ugh, we just got all the snow melted, and they're going to dump me right back into it. What can I say? Some people paint trees, some people smoke them. I do both. Oh, Fluke Skywalker, I like you, man. I like you. You're okay. You can stay. I mean, not like I really had any power over that anyway, but, you know. Still. That's not true. I guess I do. I can ban people. That is within my power. I should remember that. When this stream inevitably implodes on itself, that's going to be how I go out, guys. I'm just going to ban all my followers and subscribers. That one glorious day when I just completely lose my shit. And what a day. What a day it will be. No one will even notice. Start with me. That's how you'll... That'll be the beginning of the end. I'll start with We're the Gamers. I'll send them a message and just be like, it's time. It has begun. Yeah. If you'd like to share, absolutely. All you have to do, Fluke Skywalker, is follow that link, jump into Discord. You should be able to access a channel called Storm Report Rules. Give them a quick read. I promise you there aren't many of them, and they are pretty much just common sense. They're just there because I like to confirm that someone has seen them before they post, so that, you know, when I inevitably get banned from Twitch for some sort of obscenity that somebody posted there, I can at least point at that and go, but I told them not to! But go ahead and agree to the terms there, and you will be given a role, or you should be, as long as the roll bot is working. Which I think it is. And then you go into the Storm Report and you can post up to 2 pictures of what you're working on, and we will take a look at them right here in the stream. 2+1, it is Setup Sunday, so if you have a picture of your battle station, your painting station, your, you know, whatever it is that you do most of your work at, your setup, we would also love to see a shot of that. It's always nice to share the kit, you know? No, we're not counting Thursday as a missed day, it was Christmas. Everybody gets busy doing stupid shit on that day. But, yes. That is correct, Cat, not your fapping station. Why? That probably doesn't need to be said, to be fair, but I suppose I appreciate you pointing that out. Though for many of us, they're one and the same, so that actually might complicate things a little bit. me. I'm a multitasker, you know? How am I gonna cram all this into 2 picks? That's what she said. That doesn't even make sense. That wasn't very good. Oh no. Bot's still not working, been doing it. Really, Kursala? So it's been going offline a lot lately. That's lame. If that's a problem you've been having, Kursala, I apologize. I will try to address that for you tonight. And I might just take away the role requirement. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but if it's going to be dependent on a bot that goes down more often than it's up, you know, I don't think it's really worth it. Right, sister, you don't have to try to be silly. It comes very naturally to you, I've noticed. Just you do you, girl. That's all. Ooh, Hamburg, thank you. Honestly, I need to, like, stick my lumbar pillow just a couple inches higher than it likes to rest, because that's where it needs to be. And I let it slide down like a moron. Derpy Minis, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today, man? You having a good one? I hope you are. I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope that the holidays have treated you well. I hope that, you know, those of you who have been able to be with family have had a good time with them, have appreciated the time that you spend together this holiday season. I hope that those of you who have been isolated and on your own, as so many of us have had a good, stable, mentally healthy, somewhat isolated winter season, as difficult as that can be. I know that I would not have had quite so stable a season if it were not for the influence of this very community. You guys are the best. You're the best! What can I say? For what it's worth, mine seems to work fine. Might be because I set it as a moderator role. Did I not give it a moderator role? I didn't mean to. Or I did mean to if I didn't do it. Why, hello, friend. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Oh, that was a portal turret? Okay, I didn't do the... Yeah, I can't do the portal turret voice. Alright, oh, did I miss something? A little bit down here. Let's not overdo it. Let's not overdo it. It did make me realize that I neglected to highlight the shoulder pieces on this guy, though. Spent Christmas with 3 cats. Damn it, Gear Falcon, you had a better one than I did. Bought a new house this holiday season by choice. My dream house was on a good price, so I bought it. Derpy Minis, that is fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic, dude. I'm happy for you. That is a big, big step, and I'm glad you're feeling good about it, man. Damn right, new house hype. Now, time to move back to Japan. Funny how that works out. Is your dream home in Japan? Is that where you bought it? Who the hell puts 40 parts on one single step? Wait, what are you building, White Wolf? Good God. Ah ha ha ha. You bought a house in Japan and you are moving back there. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Where were you living prior to that, if you don't mind my asking? And if you do, you can just tell me to stuff it. That's fine. Like right now, is what I mean. Like, where are you moving from as part of this latest move? I think I posted it in the right spot. Got that wacky tobacco brain right now. That's okay, man. That's okay. We don't mind. I'm a Coloradan, man. It's our bread and butter these days. Sometimes literally, I'll put can of butter on bread. That's pretty good. A little bit for this guy. Moving from Hawaii to Japan. Okay. They seem to be all about that island living, huh? Admittedly very large islands, but still, you know, islands. Maui, huh? Alright, alright. Ah, from Vancouver. Got a lot of Canadian wargamers. I didn't realize there was... I mean, I had no reason to realize, mind you, that there was as much of a wargaming scene as apparently there is in Canada, but there does seem to be one. Those gears, plastic, pewter, or 3D printed. Zaku 0001. They're plastic. These are the new plastic sprue heavy gears from DreamPod 9. I believe they're moving to almost entirely plastic here in the near future, or at least that is their stated goal. There are some small resin parts on some of these in the form of the alternate arm sets that are available. They do those in resin. DreamPod 9 is a good company to do business with. They the dude up there running it contacted me when I placed my order with them. And because I just got on the website, I picked out some stuff that I wanted, and I ordered it, and he got a hold of me in an email afterwards and was like, dude, you're like $10 away from getting this crazy deal where we send you all this extra stuff. Would you like to just order like this one little thing? And I was like, yeah, throw $10 on there. He's like, sweet. Now you have free shipping, and here's a bunch of extra shit that you can choose from to add on to your order for free. I got like $70 in extra stuff. And he didn't even have to notify me, because I completely missed that was even a deal. 8-month threshold, and of course I don't have my buttons ready. Where's my buttons? What do the buttons do? That's the button. That's the button. How we doing today, carbonic acid? How do they compare to the pewter? Are they cleaner, straighter, or do I prefer the plastic ones? So, in a competition between pewter and plastic miniatures, personally, I'm always going to prefer plastic. I'm not into... the 12-month subscriber badge is now in line with the other subscriber badges. I need new subscriber badges, though, Data Nerd, because my subscriber badges are my old logo, and that's kind of lame, isn't it? I like the plastic ones better. They're styrene, so you can use plastic cement, so you can do a lot of posing and fiddling with them. I like that they're lighter, because what I do is I print my own bases on my 3D printer, and then I put washers in the base like this, you see? So it's got quite a lot of weight at the bottom, and when I set it on the table, like I can wobble it out to about 45 degrees, and it still just drops right back into place. I think they're mostly on plastic, and what things they don't have plastic sprues for now, they are doing in resin. That is the impression that I'm under. Well, I mean, it's a real-world military vehicle, and when you're dealing with real-world military vehicle kits, people tend to go a little overboard. Some people really want every single moving part in there. So... you know, it kind of comes with the territory, you know? I did carbonic acid. Pretty good. I mostly, you know what I did? I got left the fuck alone by most people, which was exactly what I wanted to happen. I didn't get left alone by everyone, which would have been ideal, but by most people. So, all in all, I can't complain too much. Like, I could, but I feel like it would be unbecoming to complain any more than I already have. Oh, thank you, Zaku. Yeah, I whipped those. Those were one of the first 3D files that I put together for myself, were those weighted bases, and then I just threw some washers in the bottom of them. I use that measurement for all my bases at this point, and I use those washers to weight most of my minis. I don't get why something you won't even see gets so much detail. So here's something to consider, White Wolf. If you were just an overall modern military scale modeler, a major component of that particular branch of the hobby is diorama. And if you're doing a diorama, say you want to do 2 strikers in a convoy and a Humvee. Striker at the front of the convoy has just been hit by an IED, and there's a defensive position set up behind it, and the engine compartment has been blown open. So you want to show the engine and parts of it, in addition to the wreckage of the, cover plates and what have you. Now, suddenly, you can see a reason for having those parts. Huh? Bramaged, which seems like it's probably short for brain damaged. And you can tell he is, because he's shouting my name. Yeah, get some of that. Get some of that Thundercats energy up in here. How you doing, Bramaged? Or is it more like Bramage? Like Omelette du Bramage? It's probably not it. There's one military vehicle kit in particular that's something like 60% of all VFX models because the bits are perfect. Everyone in the industry uses it. Yeah, that's something to consider too. All I can tell you, White Wolf, is that scale modelers are weird dudes, man. We're weird dudes. Just take a look around. Weird fellas. And who the hell knows why somebody might want that. But somebody does. Or they wouldn't make the kit that way. Probably. Conceivably. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they make that kit that way and nobody in their market wants it, but I doubt that. I'm going to go out on a limb and bet that they know their market a little bit better than that. That King Tiger you got was 1,800. Did you slip and hit 0 one too many times there, Gear Falcon? I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a chance to correct that figure. Oh my god. $1,800? I mean, don't get me. I'm not. I don't want to criticize your purchase. That is not my purpose in laughing at it. I've spent quite a lot of money on things that other people would look at me and go, "What the hell are you doing?" So I get that. But I'm just surprised is all. Damn. Nope, 1,800. Okay, shit, yeah. Can it run over, like, if you buy a car in the same scale, will it run over and crush the car like a real tank would a car of its own scale? I feel like I would demand that functionality at a minimum. If it were to get into, you know, a field battle with some equally scaled Bradleys, would it just utterly crush them? Or not Bradleys, but Shermans. God, I hope so. You're not wrong, Rio. You're not wrong. I never want to... I really, you know... How you spend your money is your business. And I try to, as a general rule, honestly never criticize somebody for the way they choose to spend their money, because, man, if you knew some of the things I'd paid money for in my life, whew, yeah. I know how it goes. I know how it goes when you want something. I get that. Things acquire value because people want them. They say that something is worth exactly as much as someone will pay for it. So then the question becomes, from me to you, Gear Falcon, how much fun do you have with that thing, man? Is it pretty cool? It comes with real Germans. It does come with a fucking hilarious German. I don't know if you've seen it, Bramaged. It's amazing. The paint job they did on this little plastic German who's like standing up out of the hatch and pointing. It's ridiculous. I can't remember if that was on the King Tiger or not. That might have been on the other one. It's different when you're buying stuff for a business expense versus something for yourself. I can agree with that, Derpy Minis. And I have had the unique experience this year of buying a lot of things that normally I might just buy for myself. as a business expense using my business account, using business funds, and being able to legitimately say, well, that's for the stream. And that's part of the business. So that's going in this account, and that's getting claimed come tax season. Including like camera equipment and audio equipment and all kinds of cool stuff like that. The German soldier is extremely accurate. Yeah, hopped up on methamphetamines. Chaotic Harmony in the house. Could we get a shout out if we got any mods active for the one and only Chaotic Harmony? I've got some so chaotic. We were talking a little bit about some upcoming role-playing we're going to be doing here on the stream, and I want to say, Chaotic, I've got some voice clips kind of jotted down. I got some voice clips that I'm going to beg you to record for me. They are commercials and news spots for the most part, but I can give you some actual scripts to work with. I think you may enjoy them. Bramage, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright, let's highlight this other guy. Stopping in to tell you that you're handsome. That is all. I have more Clone Wars to watch, so I must continue the grind. Day-Late Gamer, if I was given a choice, if you put in front of me two buttons, and one of them said the Day-Late Gamer will sit in your chat and he will watch you, and he will obsess over your every move, and he will be amazed by the strokes of your brush, and the other button said Day-Late Gamer will watch Clone Wars for the first time, I would smash that second button with the fury of 1,000 fucking suns. I'm so excited on your behalf, and I know, DLG, that right now you are getting into the best part of the Clone Wars. You're kind of rolling into like season 3, yeah? Because season 3 through season 5 are like, oh yeah, you're in for some fun, man. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're excited, Chaotic Harmony. I think they're right up your alley. They are right up your alley. I think you'll like them. Thank you so much for doing that shout out. Riot Sister, if you are not already following The Day-Late Gamer and you are on Twitch for not just painting, but a little variety streaming. Some multiplayer gaming, some single player gaming, some good discussion, and just general entertainment, background noise, and a quality community, you need to go give Day-Late Gamer a follow, a good personal friend of mine and a fantastic streamer. Sexual tension and regrets. Don't get drawn, Cat, don't get drawn into his web. Don't get drawn in. I don't want to lose you to the Day-Late fleet. Poor buddy got Haunt 9, and he was near all of us. We all just piled into the room and bitch slapped him to death. Poor guy. Wait, what? Just got done playing Betrayal. Oh, okay. Betrayal at Baldur's Gate. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, yeah. I gotcha. I'm gonna lure you into a game at some point, Chaotic. I'm gonna lure you into the actual game after you've done a bunch of voice clips for it. And then you can play the character who was doing the voice clips in game. That's what you can do. Holy shit. Lunchbox. Haven't watched the Clone Wars yet, but you have subscribed. I was about to say you have subscribed to the best Twitch channel there is, but that's just like, that was too much even for me. I'll talk some shit on this channel, you guys. You know I will. But that's a bit much even for me. Yeah, we'll see, Chaotic. We'll see. Like I said, I've got a lot of ideas. I want to get hyped for this. I want to have a good time doing it. I don't want to put too much pressure on it or say we are absolutely going to do all these amazing things, because I know the nature of tabletop role-playing, and I know that it might, like, there are circumstances where it might not go all that well. But I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping everybody has a good time. I'm hoping everybody wants to continue. These are my hopes. These are my hopes. I know I've been thoroughly enjoying just sitting down and watching a lot of tabletop role-playing games that have been run on Twitch or streamed on YouTube or the like. Been digging into not just Critical Role, which is obviously the most popular, but a number of other adventuring groups, and kind of getting a feel for how their game masters run things. It's going to be a new experience for me, running things live with an audience like that. Not in general, but, tabletop role-playing with an audience. That's going to be different. Lunchbox, you really haven't seen Clone Wars, man? You should. Clone Wars is fantastic. For my money, Clone Wars and Rebels is like the most Star Wars thing in all of Star Wars at this point. I know everybody creams their jeans over The Mandalorian, but it has not even begun to hold a candle to the quality of the Clone Wars, in my opinion. Maybe it will one day. Hasn't really had a chance to yet. You're not wrong, Derpy. You're not wrong at all. We'll die on the hill of Clone Wars over Mandalorian. There are worse hills to die on, Riot Sister. There are worse hills to die on. I like some Mandalorian episodes more than I do the Rebel series. Cat, would you go ahead and just do me a favor and ban Vergaderung. He hasn't been here very long. I don't really know him. I think he got me coffee one time. It's madness. It's madness, sir. Did it not go off? Oh, it should have. Hang on, let me see. Let me see why it didn't. Let me see why it didn't. I think, you know what? I think I know why. I've been playing with Voicemeeter Potato last few days, and I kind of messed all my sound settings up, but I'll bet I can fix that right quick. Should be audio cable A. Chatbot, yeah. Cable. Alright, try chatbot again if you don't mind. Just somebody put in one of the voice commands. Nope, it's not playing. I wonder why that is. Haven't had that problem in a while. Set to monitor and output, yeah. The program is open. VB audio cable A. VB audio cable A. You should be able to hear the music. The music is set up to a different audio cable. I have one more thing that I can try, and this should fix it, and I'll just have to correct it a little bit later, but that's okay. Pretzel's using B. Let's set this to cable C. Cable C input. Alright, do me a favor, somebody try another one. Of course that one's on cooldown. Naturally. Nope, it's not playing. What are you doing, chatbot? Let me fool with this for 1 second, because that shouldn't be an issue. Even when I tell it to preview, it's not giving me anything. It was working yesterday. That's silly. That's silly. Try cable C input here. And chatbot cable C input here. All right, try me one more time if you don't mind. Yeah, still on cooldown. Of course. Huh. It's just not doing it. I'm gonna try putting in another source and seeing if that works. It's frustrating. It's silly, on top of everything else. What did I do to break it? It was working fine before. Guys, I'm terrible with audio. I'm terrible with audio settings in this stream. I don't have Voicemeeter running now at all. I turned off Voicemeeter because it was causing problems yesterday. Determined to readdress it this week and see if I can't get things sorted out. Now it should be working exactly the way it had been before, but it seems like maybe Voicemeeter messed with my audio drivers a little bit in a way that I did not anticipate. But I'm going to try putting in another source here. Monitor and output, okay. Yeah, Walter's workshop. Ah, damn it, Walter! Coming into my house and messing with my audio settings. I knew it, you know, I knew it. Alright, do me a favor, try one more voice command. If it's not working, I apologize. It's something that I'll get sorted between streams. This was the last thing that I could think of. Could we get a shout out, by the way, for Walter's Workshop? Another incredibly talented streamer that I'm always pleased to have right here. Nope, it's not playing. Huh. Well, I really hope Voicemeeter didn't just, like, perma-fuck my audio settings. I really hope that. That would be disappointing. So I apologize for no voice clips this stream. I will get it fixed by next time. How you doing today, Walter? How are things? I'm going to jump all the way up to Ghost Gray. A couple of quick spot highlights and then a black wash, and I think that'll put me where I want to be. As long as the music's working, you know, then I can sort everything else out. That means the virtual audio cables are functioning. Maybe it's something wrong on Chatbot's end. But I couldn't even get it to talk to me, so... There are probably better ways to do voice clips than how I do through Chatbot, for that matter. No, Voicemeeter is not my icon tray. I made sure that it was actually closed. Let me double check that just to be sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Nope. It is not in the tray. It is closed. It is down. I'm probably just going to dig back into Voicemeeter and try to get it actually working, because it does seem very helpful. I'm just, you know, a total rube when it comes to audio everything. And that's not the software's fault. That's my fault. That needs to be thinned more. Trying to play Chumbawamba, and the next thing I know, it's messed up. Sneaking into my damn house when I'm asleep and playing Chumbawamba on my PC. I knew it was a bad idea making friends with somebody like Walter. My mother tried to warn me and I didn't listen. She said, that boy, he's bad news. He's bad news. He's going to sneak into the house and play Chumbawamba. And I was like, no, that's not. That doesn't sound like something he'd do. Well, that'll learn me, won't it? That'll learn me real good. How you doing today, Walter? It's good to see you, man. I've missed your last few streams, unfortunately, but you know, holidays being what they are. At least I think I've missed your last few. Maybe you weren't streaming, I don't know. I don't know, because I wasn't there. How have the many days of Christmas been treating you? You guys are just abusing the poor chatbot at this point. Like, chatbot is responding, it's trying to play things, it's just failing because I have failed it. Lots of hobby stuff for Christmas. You're excited about some stuff to hopefully upgrade your stream a bit. Ooh, that is always exciting. You know I love the kit, Walter. You know I love the kit. I'm all about the kit. I'm a gearhead at heart. There we go. A little bit up here. Damn good thing that you're a good guy, a damned fun streamer, and have managed to assemble a great community. Managed to inspire massive. What is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't respond. I don't respond to compliments. I clam up and I go, no. No. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, though, Sumitha. It's been a pleasure to have you here all year, man. One of the most inspiring things for me about this stream is not necessarily... Like, I mean, okay, follower counts. Follower counts are nice. Follower counts are an easy metric to look at your stream and go like, yeah, man, people want to see what I'm doing. That's great. It seems to me, though, that they're one of the least accurate metrics. What I care vastly more about is the number of people that I see in the stream regularly whose names that I recognize. Which is maybe a complex way of saying, I value the friends that I've made through this stream. But I think ultimately that's what it is. Y'all people You wonderful, wonderful folk who have been coming out day after day, stream after stream, essentially all year, have improved my 2020 in ways that I cannot even begin to enumerate meaningfully, to quantify in any meaningful way. And I'm grateful for that, I am. I know I've said it before, but it's true. And the last mini for the Christmas diorama, I'll probably finish that up next stream. Hell yeah, it's always fun to put the finishing touches on a project, Walter. Poor little robot I'm trying to remake. That was a new print that I saw you do, wasn't it, Cat? It looked good. Yeah, I mean, that's very true, Riot Sister. And I don't know, here's a question. Is it kind of gauche to talk about, like, the metrics of being, the business side of being a streamer while you're streaming? I don't know. Is it tasteless? It's hard to say. I don't know what the etiquette really is on that. Holy shit. Headshot. Shut up and take my bits, he says, coming in with 1,000 biddies, hot off the biddy presses. Headshot. Thank you so much, my friend. 1,000 biddies, making my day right then and there. Well, we've hit our goal, guys, so the stream ends now. No, that's silly. That's a silly thing to even say. Headshot, thank you so much for your support, man. I always love seeing you in chat, dude. Hey, 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 to Square, how you doing today, my friend? Just remember this moment when you get famous. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's a very realistic goal right there. How you doing, to Square? Typically don't bring it up often unless someone in chat does, because you're right, I'm not sure what the etiquette is on talking about this. Like, you know, Walter, I think that I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. I think it can be interesting. I know it's not interesting to everybody. And the one thing I definitely don't want to fall into is acting like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I think that's a trap. Because I sit here with my, like, you see real streamers out there. You see people with their huge follower counts and their massive communities. And I'm here like, yeah, man, we almost hit 1,000. I'm going to talk about it like I'm some kind of expert. Derby, derby, do. I never want to give people the impression that that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not. I just find, I've learned a lot of lessons this year and I find it interesting. And I know that also a lot of people have started streaming this year. I mean, shit, I'm one of them. Hell, you're one of them, Walter. A lot of us have started streaming this year and we're still figuring it out, you know? And interestingly enough, I found that a lot of the advice that I got, because your first temptation when you start streaming is to go into people's streams and be like, what's the secret? Oh, streamer of the Twitch, tell me your ways. And, a lot of the answers I got from playing that game were fucking wrong. So I like to address them sometimes. I mean, I guess I've been doing it for about a year, haven't I, White Wolf? I suppose eventually I'm going to have to accept that I am, in fact, a streamer. Or just that being a streamer doesn't really mean that much. One of the two. Possibly both. Alright, I'm going to put a little bit of AP Black Wash on these parts I've been doing in blue, just to kind of tone them highlights down, go into the crevices. Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. I really, like, I don't know, I like to talk about it too, Walter, just because, like, you know, we've all got our issues. I find that the more I talk with people about, like, hey man, I have anxiety problems, the more it seems to me that, like, it's almost like this entire generation, my whole generation, has issues with anxiety. Has anyone else noticed that? Like, it's kind of all of us. And I mean, I'm not going to get into analyzing what that means in a grand scheme or as part of a, you know, a generational model or anything. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't know what that means. I know that a lot of us have the same problems, though. And, I know that streaming has been the answer for it, for a surprising number of us. And I like to talk about, honestly, things like that because they're hard to talk about. But the moment someone starts, the moment someone goes, hey man, do you ever feel like, you know, you ever feel like your projects are getting out of hand? Do you ever feel like guilty for not finishing a model? And obviously I'm talking specifically right now about miniature painting, but that is our primary subject here. And a lot of people do. A lot of people suffer from those same issues. And I think that I don't want to say we've worked through a lot of those here, because these are kind of the problems that you live with for a long time before you really do anything about them. But I like to think that it's done some good for us to talk about them here. I know it's done me good, and I hope that it has done good for the people who've been like, you know what, man, you're right. I do feel that way a lot of the time. I know that we've had a lot of people here on the stream get started painting after a long hiatus, thanks to at least they credit being here on the stream. And that is amazing. I love that. It's one of my favorite things. Been some psychological studies about it. Your generation was raised with some weird parenting. Jesus, Roland, don't get me started on that one, man. You're absolutely... A couple people in this chat know they've pricked that particular balloon and the gushing of me being like, fucking parents, man. It's bad. I'm one indeed. It's a weird web of things to figure out, and I think it goes differently for everyone. Yeah, it does. It does. You know, I've made a lot of friends right here on the stream. Viewers. I've also made some very, very good friends who are other streamers. Walter's Workshop, I count you in that list, man. We haven't known each other very long. And we've known each other, you know, through the superficial, filter of the internet at large. This much is true. But I think you're an okay dude, bro. And should we ever wind up at the same con at the same time, I'll buy you a beer. How about that? Nope, I want him still on the handle. What am I taking him off for? I just did the blue parts. Alright, next guy. Only if I get to buy you a beer first. Not if I buy you a beer first. This could go on forever. You know, to be fair, Kat, it's difficult to draw a line between some of these generations because, as it turns out, human beings don't fit neatly into the arbitrary standards that we set for when a generation begins or ends. Turns out we're banging pretty much all the time. I mean, shit, I don't know. Everybody else keeps talking about what generation they're in. Because we as humans like to define ourselves based on when our parents did it. And no one should ever question that, apparently. I mean, it represents shared cultural experiences a lot of the time, but culture has been accelerating so much in the last few decades. Like, the rate at which culture is produced, the rate at which culture, and by culture I'm generally referring to, art, music, the sciences, shared experiences through entertainment, and so on. But the rate at which culture is produced and the rate at which culture is disseminated amongst the populace, responded to, regurgitated, reacted to, like I just said, responded to twice, basically. It has gotten so crazy fast. So crazy fast, even compared to when I was a kid. Like, it's weird to be in the generation looking at kids coming up today and being like, man, I am glad that I did not have social media when I was a child. I would have said some truly humiliating things. I would have said some asinine garbage that would be haunting me to this day. Facebook will still be like, hey, this day 10 years ago, you said this. And I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck was I thinking? Oh, it was so edgy. You think I'm edgy and contrarian now? You have no idea how bad it was. It was bad. I thought it was really cool at the time. It only makes me cringe in retrospect. I thought I was so cool, you guys. I mean, shit, Kat knew me in high school. Yeah, I was a jackass. In a way, kids are lucky to have all their childhood some way documented. Yeah, like, I mean, there are definitely positives and negatives to social media. I think it's funny that, I mean, Cyberpunk has obviously been brought up a lot lately, what with the release of Cyberpunk 2077, and since it's 2020, of course, it's like, got a bunch of problems, and everybody's disappointed by it, because there's just nothing that can come out in 2020 that's going to make anything any better. I always think it's funny, though, because like, Cyberpunk as a setting being what it is, Cyberpunk as a genre is something else. And I've been a fan of the Cyberpunk genre for most of my life, reading, authors like William Gibson. And most of the predictions that William Gibson really made, most of the substantive cultural predictions about how we would receive and respond to information, and how information would be manipulated, essentially, by the powers that be, and how that would shape public discourse and culture. That has all turned out pretty much true. Like, pretty damn spot on. Not perfect, mind you. There were a lot of plot contrivances that haven't specifically come to pass. And the one thing they didn't predict, by the way, K-Weeze? Is it K-Weeze, like the weasel? Huh? Hey, buddy. How you doing, K-Weasel? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for that follow. But a lot of those predictions have genuinely come true. We have a lot of the technology that was supposed in those novels. Now, it's much more ergonomic. It's much more smooth in design than we thought it would be. Yes, that is accurate, White Wolf. It is much more consumer friendly than we theorized it would be back in the day. We thought that all technology would come in janky, black, hard boxes, and everything would be uncomfortable, and we'd be plugging cyberware into our brains before we got away from dial-up modems. And yeah, okay, all that turned out wrong. That's fair to say. But the way we interact with technology, the way we interact with information, like, we don't need wetware and cyberdecks because we have the smartphone, a piece of technology that, if they had thought about it back then, if someone writing a book had really come up with the smartphone, they would be rich now. But they didn't. But my point really is just that we're kind of living the cyberpunk future right now. It just kind of sneaks by you because of the packaging. The packaging is very Disney, because the one thing they didn't predict was that Disney was going to buy, you know, your entire childhood and then sell it back to you. Which, as it turns out, that is just the future. That's what's going to be happening for the foreseeable future. Disney will continue to sell your childhood back to you at premiums. Whatever. They've ground down what pride I had left. I'll buy whatever. Halfway expecting it to be all Borgified, it seems like. Like, I get it. The idea of plugging computers into your brain is super fucking cool. It just turns out that that particular technology is not only insanely difficult, but for many purposes, wholly unnecessary. We didn't have nice, smooth touchscreens and interfaces back then. Totally down for Neuralinks if it was made super safe. Want to pull a Major from Ghost in the Shell and Body Hop for immortality. I mean, yeah, you and fucking everybody else, Walter. That's like the first thing I think of is put me in another shell. I like transhumanist stories like that, though. The question of, you know, once you've copied your mind and moved it to another shell, is it really your mind anymore? Is it really you, or is it another person? It's the classic, Star Trek transporter question. It rips you apart and it puts you back together. Are you still, in fact, the same person on the other end, or was a new person created that just happens to be identical to you in every conceivable way? Is there a difference? I don't know. We can't know because we don't have any of that shit. Notice in Cyberpunk 2077, very little is wireless. Yeah, that's something that I was reading about in Cyberpunk Red that is actually a concept I really like. They moved away from everything being on the internet that you could access from everywhere and moved towards individual private air-gapped networks. Now they've got a broad conceit in Cyberpunk to allow that in the form of the internet being taken over by crazed AIs and walled off. Hopefully that won't happen. In real life, it won't be crazed AIs that make the internet completely untenable and require it to be sealed off. It will be, like, Russian troll farms and K-pop fans, ultimately. We will face the great internet apocalypse of K-pop and be forced to just seal them away and make our own little private internet. I remember talking about that in my philosophy class in school. Never got an answer for it, but I'm going to assume that it's still me, hopefully. Walter's Workshop, that's the sort of question that we won't be able to answer until we've actually done it, and even then it's questionable, because that comes down to a conversation of, like, what is the soul? And, I mean, humanity collectively as a species has been running around that one for the last few thousand years, and you see how far we've gotten. Not very. I read something interesting the other day about touchscreen interfaces and the new... I remember when the word app was not new. It's a word that's been used for a long time, but I remembered when it entered the public lexicon, when suddenly we weren't saying application anymore, suddenly it became app. I was reading something the other day, though, about the common comment of, like, wow, kids these days, they're just masters of technology. Someone pointed out that a lot of kids coming up now, being raised with smartphones, being raised with internet access, being raised with these incredibly user-friendly computer systems with Apple products where every single application is presented to you as an easy download, one thumb swipe away. You access programs by pushing a picture of the program that you want to access. Somebody was pointing out that we didn't have any of that. Our generation had to, the last several generations had to figure things out a lot more. We had to know how to interface with our operating systems in a much more technical way to really get anything done, just to install software, let alone run it meaningfully or get it to communicate with other pieces of software. And certainly there are kids these days who are interested in programming. That much is obvious. They're everywhere. But there are a whole lot who just push the fucking button and the machine does what they told it to do, and they don't really know how to do that much outside of that. In a weird way, we may, in the future, be looking at a generation of almost technologically crippled people. People for whom, if the machine is not presenting the task that you want it to do with a brightly colored icon and updating itself automatically, they may not know how to do anything else. And that's kind of a weird thought, isn't it? It makes sense, though. Oh, Jesus. You know, it was long enough. The weird thing, White Wolf, it was long enough ago that I have to really think about it. I have to really think about it and remember what it was like. We live in a different world of technology now than we did then. It came upon us, like, relatively fast, but it's been with us now for so long that... Like, I think back to, like, I joined Facebook in, I want to say, 2009. I mean, I had MySpace when I was young. But MySpace basically doesn't exist. Like, I think MySpace does technically still exist, but you know what I mean. It's not like really a thing anymore. But I just think back and I'm like, it wasn't that long ago that I didn't have all this social media, that I didn't have fancy smartphones. But it feels like a lifetime. Like I have to work to remember what it was really like. Like I mentioned last night when we were watching a movie, like when I was growing up, when I was a kid in the 90s, I had a pager. A pager. And I mean, that by itself is such a tiny, tiny fragment of the functionality that even the most basic smartphones bring to me today. It's such a tiny little piece of it that it's a thing I don't even think about anymore. Like, of course you can send me a digital message. You can send me a message with more characters and more information on one of... I mean, 6 devices in this room here right now. And those are just devices that are at arm's reach of me, effectively. Admittedly, that's because I have, like... Alright, I should say 5. One of those phones isn't working anymore. I did have a pager, Walter. These days, it's not a matter of, oh my god, I can get a hold of him so quickly. Nowadays, it's a matter of, like, how can I stop people from fucking sending me the most inane crap, like when I'm trying to just be in the bathroom by myself. How can I stop people from contacting me all of the time? I want to give you guys a secret. You want to know the secret? If that's a question that you've asked yourself, how can I get a little bit more privacy? How can I stop people from messaging me? I think you've probably asked yourself that question at least once. If you'd like an answer, I can give you a non-answer. Don't start streaming and make yourself into a teeny tiny internet personality, because that doesn't work. I can confirm that does not work. People don't stop trying to contact you. I have a smartphone, this device I can use to communicate with humans all over the planet with similar devices. Yeah, like instantly. Instantly. Turn your phone off. It's not even that easy, because, like, you turn your phone off and you still know it's there, Dave. You know? It interacts in a weird way. Like, I turn my phone off, and all that does is I start to get anxiety about the fact that my phone is off. I'm like, I know that people are sending me messages. I know that people are sending me messages because on those devices that I can receive messages, as numerous as they are, there are upwards of 10 to 15 different applications, all of which people are messaging me on. Like, I'm even bad about it when I try to be good. I know that people have had issues getting a hold of me on, like, Instagram and stuff, and I'll find messages, and I'll be like, this person tried to contact me a month ago, and I didn't see it. I really don't check my messages on Instagram, like, barely ever, and I admit I kind of ignore a lot of the notifications from it, because half of them are, oh, such and such has liked your photo, such and such is following you now. And I like to get those because I like to give people follows back and check out people's art, but when it's on the go, I don't look. I look when I sit down later. I believe I've actually yelled that this year, Sumitha. I believe I have. I live in the middle of fucking nowhere, guys. I live out in the damn boonies, and I have a fiber optic connection, high speed, 24 hours a day. That's the world we live in. When I was a kid, coming out to this very piece of property, there was not even dial-up internet. Not that there couldn't be, but that it was fairly new, and the person who was living here was not interested in it at all. Yeah, it did work, Metalcore Collectibles. By the way, I know I'm bad about getting back to folk, but thank you for that. No, not Utah. Okay, maybe I don't live in the middle of nowhere. Maybe I live on the edge of nowhere, Walter. Fine, since we gotta be pedantic. I live in the middle of one of the nowheres. One of several nowheres that exist. Alright. Blackwash, detailing, calling it done. I'll get these guys done, and then I can actually build... I've got a lot more gears than this. These are the basic gears for North and South. The Hunter and the Jaeger. Yes, those are the same thing, and yes, there is an in-universe reason for them to be the same thing. But I've got many more gears than this I need to put together. Larger ones, for that matter. Cobras, and spitting cobras, and striking cobras, and Cobra's the only one I can remember. Edge of Nowhere. Sounds like a sci-fi thing. This summer, Tom Cruise is gonna do that time travel movie again. And you're gonna watch it, because that was the last time you can remember going to the theaters and having a good time. I would. They're doing a sequel to that, aren't they? I keep hearing about that, but I haven't gotten any particulars. Yeah, I have at least one Kodiak, Roland. Mars was once a barren desert wasteland, much like Utah, but unlike Utah, it was eventually made habitable. Oh, yeah. Utah's pretty rough, honestly. At least you can buy booze on Mars, or at least you're not specifically prohibited from buying booze on Mars. That's something it has going for it. NetJam Jr. These are... Roland, help me out. Which one's a Hunter and which one is a Jaeger? I want to say these are Hunters. These northern gears are Hunters and the southern ones are Jaegers? Yeah? Is that right? Hunter. Yes, thank you. Hey, I got one right. I got one right, guys. I'm pretty excited. NetJam Jr. These are Hunter gears from the game Heavy Gear Blitz, produced by DreamPod 9, a company out of Canada. I don't know if you ever played the PC video games Heavy Gear or Heavy Gear 2, or Terra Nova. Terra Nova was also the same universe, was it not? Terra Nova's old, though. Oof. Terra Nova's real old. But these would have been featured in those games. Yeah, Jaeger is, I have one. I have him right here. So this is a Hunter. And this is a Jaeger. They're effectively the same thing. And I mean, they are. Like, one side stole the design from the other one and then changed the name. Like, that's what happened in the setting. I prefer Gear Light. Lower in calories, but with that same armor-piercing punch. Gear Light. Because you're good enough. But you could be thinner. Yeah, these are, this is one of the rare occasions recently that I'm not painting something that I 3D printed, actually. NetJam. Generally speaking, a lot of the time on here, I will be painting something that I printed. These are plastic models that I purchased during a big sales event from DreamPod 9. So these do come on a plastic sprue, and you assemble them with some plastic glue. Gotta go to work for Vergaderung. You have a safe drive, my friend, and I will see you in a bit. NetJam Jr. coming in hot with the follow. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. I guess it's not rare. It's inaccurate to say that it's rare for me to paint a model that I didn't print on here. I've been painting Marvel Crisis Protocol and Star Wars Legion a lot this year. But if I'm painting Battletech, I'm generally painting something that I printed. Generally painting something that I printed. Every now and then, on a real good day, I'll be painting something that I not only printed, but designed and then printed for myself. I like those days. That's a good feeling. Makes me feel like I did something, you know? I wish every weight loss ad ended with that short clip of, but you could be thinner. There's a hilarious fake ad that they did on a show called That Mitchell and Webb Look with Robert Mitchell and, wait, Robert Mitchell? David Mitchell and Robert Webb. They're a British comedy team. I don't know if you're familiar with them, Walter's Workshop, but based on your sense of humor, if you're not, you should go look up two shows, Peep Show and That Mitchell and Webb Look. I think you would like both of them. But they do one that's a comparison of men and women's advertisements. And it's like they show a woman with, you know, her arms loaded with groceries and trying to balance a child, and she's got like her not what are the like the bra insert is falling out, and it's like, women, sort yourself out, you're a mess. And then it cuts over to the dude, and he like fucking opens up his medicine cabinet, pulls out a razor and slings it over his face, and his beard disappears, and he closes it, and somebody hands him a beer, and it's like, men, drink beer and hang out, because you're awesome just the way you are. Like, yeah, that is kind of how I've been marketed to a lot of my life. I'm not doing it justice. I'm vaguely remembering a skit that I watched over a year ago, and it'd really be funnier if you just watched the skit. Wanted to get an Ender 3, but I was talked out of it. The hater said it wasn't good enough for 30mm minis. How have I not yet brought in any of the minis that I've printed on an Ender? You know what, guys? I'm going to get one. I'm going to get one. Because I keep saying, I'm going to have one next time we stream. I'm just going to go grab one, you know? It's going to take me a second. I'll be right back. I want to have an FDM mini that I've printed so I can show what it actually looks like. This is one that I've done on an Ender 3. So hold on 1 second, and I'll be right back. Alright. Let's just take a look. Let's just have a quick look at the difference between miniatures printed on an Ender 3 versus miniatures printed on an Elegoo Mars resin printer. Wombat Combat coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, man. Ooh, we got a follow there. Le best. TCR, thank you so much for that follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let me set these guys aside so I don't lose my place. Let's go there. And Doc Jones World also with the follow. Thank you so much for that follow, my friend. Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. And oh, Coral with the tier 2 sub. Oh my god, what the hell? What the hell's the right question? Who even knows? I certainly don't. Alright, so we're gonna take a look real quick. We just had somebody ask about printing miniatures on an Ender 3. Now, I started 3D... What, the chat has named my printers? Oh my god, what? No, they don't... Hang on, my camera. I didn't even realize it wasn't really pointed at the print bed properly there. Whoopsie daisy. 11 months. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? One of these guys popped off their base because it's fucking cold outside right now. So, I'm gonna show you a couple minis that I printed on my Ender 3. Some of the first miniatures that I printed, actually, and they're for Battletech, and I think that these are a good comparison because Battletech minis are 6mm scale, and they have really, really fine details on them. There's some of the smallest scale minis with some of the finest details you're ever going to have to print for almost any war game. So, let's take a look at some of them. Now, all these ones I'm about to show you are printed in FDM, and are printed on an Ender 3. Specifically, the first Ender 3 that I got when I was brand new to 3D printing. This is a MechWarrior Online Trebuchet. Now, it starts to come apart when you look at it from behind. It gets a little spaghetti-ish when you come at it from behind, and that's because it prints, at least I printed this, with its back down to the plate, like this, so all the support's connected to the back. This results in good detail on the front, and then kinda weak detail on the back. Not the best, not terrible, not insurmountable. If it's not super precise detail, you definitely lose some there. One thing I will say for these FDM minis, they're damn hard to break. Like, I don't want to break this. I don't want to break this in front of you, but it wouldn't break easily, let's just say that. Here's a couple more that I did at the same time. Here is a MechWarrior Online Thunderbolt, printed on an Ender 3. And you can see good detail on the front. Fairly nice. A little spaghetti on the back. Not bad, though. This, I did a little bit of cleanup on this one. All I really did was chop some parts off with a hobby blade and do a little bit of filling with some putty. Honestly, I did not ever have a problem with how the detail came out on some of these. I did go to a resin printer, but printing has become something of an obsession of mine, so I wouldn't say that because I went to resin printing, you necessarily have to. I still find my Ender 3 to be one of the most useful printers that I own. I print all kinds of crap on the Ender 3. I printed a toothpaste tube cap on my Ender 3 the other day. I've created in Fusion and then printed pressure clips to attach a like a broom to my words are failing me today, but I've made just around the house stuff. Hooks that I can screw into the wall. I've made little cable capture fittings that I use for the edge of my desk. Like, you can print all kinds of crap. This arm that the camera looking at my face is attached to, that was 3D printed on my Ender 3. My entire paint rack was 3D printed on my Ender 3. A lot of this shit around here was 3D printed on the Ender 3. So there's one Thunderbolt. Here's another Thunderbolt that I did around the same time. Again, this was done on an Ender 3. And again, you can see there's a little bit of spaghetti in the back, but not too bad. Here's an Orion, also on the Ender 3. Honestly, I think the detail came out nice. It's not perfect. The antennas did not print. The antennas I drilled in and I attached my own antennas. That is one thing that the Ender 3 absolutely will not do, is find pieces like that. It's not Kurosawa's. Kurosawa's Orion wouldn't exist for almost a year at that point. So let's take a look at some direct comparisons, though, as in mechs that have been done on both, okay? So now you tell me. Which of these is resin and which is FDM? Which of these was on the Ender and which of these was on the Elegoo Mars? Because it's the exact same model. I'll give you a moment to decide. Most of the guesses have been right, to be fair. This is resin, this is FDM. You can definitely tell when you look at the backs. But even so, with the Locust being one of the finest and most spindly of prints, it didn't come out half bad. Yeah, the antenna is kind of easy to tell, to be fair. I have one more direct comparison for you. Now on this one, I replaced both of the antennas, so that shouldn't give it away. But I'll let you tell me which one of these is done in FDM, and which one of these was done in resin. Okay, I was about to... Yeah, okay, most people got the guesses right. Left is resin, right is FDM. But the differences are pretty fine. They're pretty fine. Little differences here and there, and you definitely get some sharper details out of the resin print. The smaller the details get, the more you can notice it. And it's definitely, this one in particular, when you look at the back, his back came out a little bit rough. This Griffin was one of the first prints, actually, both of these guys, I didn't remove the supports from very well. The Griffins were some of the first ones that I did. Yeah, it came out a little rough. I didn't know about support interfacing when I printed this Griffin. Since this Griffin, I learned about support interfacing, and then I got things like the back of this Thunderbolt, which is much, much cleaner. Much, much cleaner. So, when it comes to protecting children, I am hesitant to say, oh, don't worry about it, because that's the sort of thing where you'd rather err on the side of caution, and I totally get that. I would note, though, that you should check the talk sheet of any resin you're actually going to use, because the dangers of being exposed in passing to resin fumes are greatly exaggerated by the community at large. Most people don't read the talk sheet. They just go, oh, it's toxic, don't be anywhere near it. In reality, most of them are toxic to the point where it's like, well, don't drink it. Don't rub it on your skin. Don't pour it in your eyeballs. That kind of stuff. And I mean, that really should be common sense for anything even mildly toxic, or even just materials in general. If you find, if you were to find a can of an unknown viscous fluid on the street and you didn't know that it was toxic, I would also not advise that you drink or rub it into your skin. Yeah, that might explain. It could explain a thing or two, Walter, if that's how you've been. I got my resin printer, and I thought the vat was so that you could pour the resin over your face to make like a nice face mold, right? You pour the resin on your face, and then you go stand in the sun, and then you peel it off. Right? That's totally a thing. Always read the safety sheets. Don't mix in your martinis. There you go. Yeah, I tell people that all the time, We're the Gamers. People are always like, maybe not always. People have been, though, like, oh, the resin, it's so toxic, don't be anywhere near it. Oh my god, I breathe some of the resin fumes, I'm gonna die. And then they'll turn around and they're like, yeah, I've been handling, 99% isopropyl alcohol all day long. Or like, Dude, that shit is so caustic and so bad for your skin and so appallingly dangerous. You should not be handling that. That's why I always encourage people to move to water washable resin when they get the chance, because it's a little bit more expensive, yeah, but you don't have to handle extremely caustic and dangerous and explosive chemicals. You handle water at that point. But yeah, 3D printing, man. 3D printing. I'm glad you're curious about it. I'm glad that you're getting excited about it. I will note, since we're talking about the Ender 3 in particular, that upcoming here on the stream, around the 20th of January, we're going to be having our 1 year streamiversary. I will have been doing this bonkers crap for a full year. And on that day, on that blessed day, on that streamiversary, we will be giving away an Ender 3 base model 3D printer to one lucky subscriber. This is like the one situation where I am going to limit that pool to subscribers, just because there's sort of an inherent risk I've come to see when it comes to doing giveaways on stream. If you want to give away anything that's more valuable than like, oh, I'm gonna do you a doodle on a napkin, it attracts bots, and you have to have some kind of a gate for anything of value. Otherwise, there is a definite chance that it's gonna go to something somebody programmed to just pick up as much bullshit as they can. Which I wouldn't do that anyway. I would send it to somebody else once I realized that's what happened, but I'd rather just avoid it being an issue at all. We will have some other things on that day. We are also giving away to followers, non-subscribers, but the Ender 3 will be a subscriber giveaway. So if you're looking to get into 3D printing and you find yourself sticking around that long, this will be the place to be. I love the Ender 3. I have 2 of them. This week I'm hoping to get my Sunlu S8 set up as well, which is the functional equivalent of a Creality CR10, but significantly cheaper. It's a wonderful machine, Dark Fox. I'm glad you're enjoying yours. Gonna get a resin and an FDM printer in the new year. Now's the time, man. Now is the time. 3D printing is... It might not even be accurate to say it's taking off anymore. I feel like it has taken off. It is gaining altitude. It is gaining speed. It is gaining momentum. As a hobby and in the industry, there are... Compared to even 1 year ago, there are so many resources for people who 3D print to get wargame miniatures and the like. There are so many people making files. There are so many people producing terrain, producing miniatures for which you can just buy files and print them off right at home, no problemo. When I got started, it was kinda just finding its feet. There were a handful of Kickstarters of people producing terrain sets that you would get files for and then print yourself. And it has done nothing but multiply. Those people who were making those first ones now have established businesses and are on like their 6th and 7th Kickstarters. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm always excited to find out that somebody's getting started on the 3D printing journey. It's liberating. It can become a hobby in and of itself, unto itself in entirety. A whole, all-consuming thing that you spend a lot of time working on if you let it. It doesn't have to be. You can just, know enough to operate the printer and then buy files from other people. For me, it became very quickly something that I wanted to make my own files for. And that has spiraled and spiraled and spiraled. Right. A little bit on this guy. He has grenades, doesn't he? Yeah, there they are. I didn't do the ends of them. Oh well, I'll just paint them red. Who gives a shit? Ain't nobody gives a damn. Alright. Touch of purple on the lenses so I can lens them. One of the first things I want to print is an Archlight. I can't believe I didn't mention that. My Archlight is entirely 3D printed. I've grown so very used to having these things that I barely think about them anymore. It changes the way you approach so many projects. Like, the first thing you think is, oh, but I can 3D print that, and chances are you can. I think there's a time approaching NetJam. It may be a ways off. There may be some more major leaps to make before this particular point reaches us. But there is a point coming eventually where people... Where 3D printing will be ubiquitous. Where 3D printing will be a common household technology used for a number of tasks. And people will look at you funny if you don't have one. They'll be like, oh, you need to solve that problem? Well, 3D print such and such. And you'll go, I don't have a 3D printer. And they'll look at you like we used to in the 2000s when someone said, oh, I don't use email. Like, okay. Alright, buddy. Whatever you say. Enjoy rolling your hoop down the street with a stick. Yeah, in general, the deposition model of 3D printing has been applied to some... I don't know how many functional construction projects yet, but theoretical construction projects that are a lot of fun to watch. You can find those on YouTube. They'll have a big, XY axis gantry and this big print head moving, and it's putting out, like, concrete. And they'll have a guy with a little, like, 8-inch lengths of steel rebar kind of going along the line and sticking it in periodically as the wall is constructed. I don't know how strong those walls are, but it's very interesting to watch. It's very, very interesting indeed. Pull out some of my Pro Acryl red. I've been going to Pro Acryl more often than not when I need to do reds. I really, really like their red pigments. I need a purple. That's going to be runic purple, absolutely. Quick red highlight, quick purple lensing. Maybe I can do these bases, and they'll be so close to done I can taste it. Oh, I wanted to do some green, too. I should do that. This is just unthinned Pro Acryl that I'm using right now. I'm being kind of quick and lazy, but of all the paints I've used... Like, I always advise you thin your paint kind of pretty much no matter what paint you're using. But if there is a paint out there that can reasonably go down without being thinned and not look terrible, it's Pro Acryl. Pro Acryl and Reaper Master Series. And, you know, like Reaper or Vallejo Model Air, but that doesn't count. Those are airbrush paints. Of course they can. Nothing complicated. Crossbow roof, I have found that to be true as well. I have used quite a lot of, now not as much this year because it required me to go into Micro Center, and for obvious reasons I haven't wanted to do that. But probably as this year soldiers on and things return to normal a little bit, I'll be going to Micro Center a lot more. Their inland filament is surprisingly good for the price. Surprising. It's well priced, and I've never had any real issues printing with it at all. Hi, Doi. Hi, Doi. That's probably not how you say it. Hi, Doi609. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Go. Miss anything on him? I did his grenades. Real quick pass on his missiles one more time. Yeah, I gotta fix my voice clips. I'm not sure why the chat bot is having troubles. I've been messing with my audio with Voicemeeter for the last few days, and I did something wrong. I don't really know what I'm doing, like, at all on anything. Really enjoying not having 400 plus paints on hand instead of keeping less. Yeah, that's like a problem that I'm having right now, which is why I'm starting that program to offload all this crappy paint onto unsuspecting new paint. I mean, to give paints to newbie painters. That's the point of that. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. Roland, you have a fantastic night, man. Sleep well. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you, dude. We'll talk later. Don't worry about it, buddy. There will be plenty more reports to come. Yeah, you can kind of start to see the detail of the hills coming together now. This hill that is test printing right now is going to be a part of the new Open Fields and Rolling Hills set. They're going to be very, very softly detailed, but there's going to be a good number of them, and they're all going to be fairly low. Like level 1, occasionally level 2, but they're just to give a... Well, I mean, what it says, Open Fields and Rolling Hills. And then we're going to have some more cliff-like ones in the near future. Local Micro Center's been doing curbside pickup. I haven't even checked if mine does. They probably do. Yeah, I gotta fix some Dark Fox. Is it a long one, White Wolf? Oh, God. If it's a long one, we might want to get to it. Because, yeah. Do I use a resin 3D printer or just vinyl? So it's not vinyl, that's, it's PLA, which is polylactic acid? I can't remember what PLA stands for. It's essentially corn fiber, corn syrup-based, low melting point plastic. I use both, though. Hi, Doi. I have... You can see the Ender 3 on the camera there. There's another Ender 3 beneath that. And then behind... Polylactic acid? Shit, I got it right. And then behind me is a... you can't see my hand. Behind me back there I have an Elegoo Mars resin printer. I will be adding an Elegoo Saturn and a Sunlu S8 FDM printer to the mix here pretty soon. But yeah, as of right now, I am running an Ender 3 standard model, an Ender 3 V2, and an Elegoo Mars. Also standard, not the Pro version. Let me give this initial round of lensing done, and I think we'll just go right on over to the Storm Report, and I can finish these guys up a little bit later. I think that'll be okay. Ooh, it's a bit messy. It's okay, I can clean it up. What's a good FDM printer to start with? I cannot recommend the Ender 3 enough. There are more expensive models that are going to be more functional right out of the box and require less tinkering. But it is hard to beat the combination of accessibility and price that the Ender 3 offers. It will take some tinkering. It will take a little bit of learning. Not too terrible. And all the tinkering that you do will make you better at operating the machine. And improve the quality of your prints overall. The Ender 3 is a fantastic machine, and the newer models are even nicer. The V2 is a good buy. It runs well, doesn't really need much upgrading. It comes with the silent motherboard, which is a significant upgrade. And I'm under the impression that they are continuing to improve the consumer model of the Ender 3. I don't know what the latest one is. I think there's a V3 that's coming out. We'll close at the same time. Still make terrain the old school way, foam board and a handsaw. I told myself I was going to continue doing that, and I was lying. I transitioned entirely, entirely to 3D printing. Like, I used to be a really big, like, DIY, foam board, terrain building kind of guy, and I just, ever since I got a 3D printer, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I could do that, or I could model it in Fusion and print it out and do it that way. And that has become inevitably what I do. Every time. I'm just mixing up a little bit of paint here. Ender 3 or the 3 V2? Honestly, they're all good. I think that the V2 is worth the increased price. It has some of the only upgrades I would bother adding to the 3 basic model. So at this point, I'd probably say the V2. What about the Ender 5? The Ender 5 is an odd duck. It hasn't gotten as much attention as the Ender 3, or even the CR line from Creality. I like the Ender 5 Plus. The Ender 5 Plus has 4 Z-screws, and the way its print head is arranged is really interesting, because with the most of the Ender models and the CR models, the print head elevates itself on the Z-axis, and then the print plate moves back and forth. And so the print head does like this, and the print plate does like this, and then the print head raises up off of it to give it its Z steps. With the Ender 5 Plus, and I think also with the Ender 5 basic model, I can't remember. I know that the Ender 5 Plus definitely does. The plate elevates up to the top to the print head, and then the Z screws lower the plate away from the print head as it gains Z levels. And the print head itself moves X and Y. It moves all around, and then just the plate goes down. I like that. I have my eye on the Ender 5 Plus at some point, assuming it doesn't get supplanted. I want it to be a little bit... I want them to do an Ender 5 Plus V2 where they put in the silent motherboard and a couple other quality of life improvements before I get one. But there's the advantage to that you can print things that are kind of tall and spindly, because one of the things that happens when your print bed is moving back and forth like that is you're taking the weight of your print and you're going chunk, 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 and sometimes it can catch something, or it can disconnect from the print bed a little bit and just go chunk, and its weight can carry it right over. And that's if you're printing stuff like masks or lithophanes or something like that. But the Ender 5 Plus doesn't have that issue as much. In general, I would probably recommend the Ender 3 over the Ender 5 as a starter model. You might find yourself wanting the 5 down the road, but you'll probably want to know more about it before you pick that one. That's my thought on the matter at any rate. Alright, I'm going to finish this lensing later. And real quick, before we do anything else, I do want to go ahead and wash some of this. Where's my coal black? There we go. This brush over here. Pull out some coal black. Water it down a wee bit. And I'm just going to slather it right onto this base here. Because I'm thinking I'm going to be doing blue for the base on these guys, and then tan for the base on the other ones. They don't need to have the same bases. I often like to differentiate my armies not only in the color scheme, but also in the basing scheme. And I think this blue is going to look a lot better against the overall mech color. Yeah, once that gets some highlights on it, I think that's going to make the rest of the mech pop pretty nicely. It's a simple effect, but it is effective. And that way I can do some gray dust on the legs. Good progress on these minis tonight, though. Most of the busy work done. Finish the lensing, finish the basing. I'll be able to call these done. Finish off the southern mechs, the southern gears, and I will have a fully constructed, fully painted heavy gear starter set. And we can make some more gears. Hell yeah. How about that? Bet you never thought that was going to happen. Finishing projects. Who do I think I am? Not quite enough. Hang on. 3D print is good for hex terrain. 3D printing is good for pretty much all terrain, in my opinion, Headshot. FDM printing is my go-to for terrain. I've had people say with some terrain pieces like, oh, well, this is small enough, you could print it in resin, and I always find myself thinking, but why? Why would I do that? Like, what possible benefit would, like, the detail gained is not that much. The structural integrity lost is significant. FDM prints are much stronger than resin prints. And when it comes to wargaming terrain, strength is a big priority for me. A big priority for me. I want it to be rough and tumble because I drink when I play, so there's a very realistic chance of me swinging my arm across the board and knocking my Lord of the Rings tower into the fucking wall. And I would like it to survive that trip, personally. Yeah, resin prints break pretty easy. And the larger your prints get, that is one weakness of the water washable resin that I love so much, is if you do large prints that are hollowed out inside, they do tend to flex and crack, and that does kind of suck. I just like printing in FDM. If I can get away with doing FDM, I'll do FDM. If I need the detail, I'll go to resin, but I do FDM vastly more than I do resin. My resin printer sits quiet way more often than my FDM printer sits quiet. FDM printer is quiet almost never. I've been running that poor Ender 3 for like 2 years, almost 24 hours a day now, and you know what? It's still going strong, with only a couple major maintenance breakdowns. Finishing project, yeah, we don't do that here. Well, to quote Chadwick Boseman, rest in peace. Oh, sorry I'm late. Please check Discord. Asked you to invite someone to the server so you can put her pick on the storm report. I don't know why my stupid link won't work. Let me check. Let me have a look right quick, WJ, see if we can't get that sorted out. Where did you message me on? I'm not seeing a message from you. What do you do about the print lines? For the most part, honestly, Headshot, I print in 0.12 layers, which are very, very fine, and then I just spray the shit out of it with automotive filler primer. It's the laziest possible answer to the question. But when people say to me, oh yeah, it works real well, and then you have to sand it for 6 hours, I say, fuck that. It's not, you don't need to do that. Sanding FDM is a fool's errand, unless you're, like, if you're making a cosplay helmet, right? Okay, sand it. Yeah, sure, fine. You got big, broad, smooth surfaces. This makes perfect sense. I would still, in that case, say buy some XTC 3D self-leveling epoxy from Smooth On, put that on the 3D print, and then sand it. That's a better answer for cosplaying. It's more expensive, yeah, but I mean, you're investing this much time into something like that, you probably want to go ahead and do the right answer. It also helps to strengthen the print quite a bit. It bonds the layers together nicely. The baseball boy is here. Hootie Who, could we get a shout out for Hootie Who art? How you doing, Hootie? It's good to see you. Should be the latest post on the Thunderhead Studios section of Everything Battletech. Oh, you... Well, no wonder I'm not seeing it. You messaged me in Everything Battletech. I think I muted that channel. Whoops. Let's see. I will go ahead and throw an invite. Boom. Alright. Should, in fact, have it. If she is able to go ahead and get that posted inside of the next 15 minutes, we will take a look at it. And mods, if you would do me a favor and make sure that Luciora is what I'm seeing, if you make sure that Luciora gets her tag and is able to do that, I would thoroughly appreciate it. Let me go ahead and arrange this window, and we can go ahead and get started on the storm report. I want to see what y'all have been posting. I'm going to start it a little bit early because apparently it's a long one. I need to set this up better so I'm not looking backwards over my shoulder to my other set of monitors when I try to open the storm report. This is a stupid problem to have. Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and have a look.
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
It's ice cold tea. That's no good. Oh my god. Let's drink some water. How you doing today, Hootie? Made me stay up till 4 the other day because you really love this system now. I'm glad. So we were talking about that earlier, Hootie, and I wanted to go ahead and let you know, this won't really affect you and your character building. I am changing the setting of our game. It's not going to be in Night City anymore. However, the setting is so close as to be analogous for all of our purposes. It will not affect your character building. It should not affect much of your backstory. If it affects any of your backstory, it'll be some tiny little details, and I'll help you adapt those. But things are in the works. We're going to be setting it in a unique city that is very, very similar to Night City, but also different in a few important ways. It was delicious, Data Nerd. I did not get a hot dog. I did get some pizza, though. Alright, Rio, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you posted. Print monitor stands. Yeah, hey, that's an idea, too. It does. Your character will work just fine, Hootie. Let me go ahead and transition over here, and let's take a look at what is actually in the Storm Report. What do you say, guys? Ooh, it does look like a... Damn. Oh my god, the scroll bar is so tiny. From Alaric Kerensky. Begun, the Clone Wars have... Wait, that was a Yoda line, and I just said it like I was a movie announcer. That doesn't really mesh very well at all. This is pretty cool. I haven't played Star Wars Armada for a long time, but I confess that I'm pretty excited for the Clone Wars expansion. I always felt like they kind of struggled to make up gaps in fleet composition. Similar to, but legally, yeah. For legal reasons, we call it something other than Night City. I'll go over the reasons for that also with you later, Hootie. I think you'll like what we're doing. Oh, Rocker Boy? Honestly, Rocker Boy as a sports star would work perfectly fine, particularly if you're going to be kind of boisterous and charismatic and try to build like a fan base. Like, I'm totally on board with that. I'd like to have a Rocker Boy in the party. I think that they're a fun character archetype, frankly. Okay, so I felt like in the beginning of Armada, when it was purely Galactic Civil War, they sometimes struggled to come up with ships to fill necessary fleet roles. There just weren't that many ships. In the Imperial fleet, we started with the Victory Star Destroyer, and then they introduced the Gladiator class Star Destroyer, which you wouldn't even know that was a thing unless you watched that bizarre show Droids from... When was Droids on? It was in, like, late 80s, early 90s? It was a cartoon show about C-3PO and R2-D2. Many of you may never have even heard of it, but that is where the Gladiator class Star Destroyer originates from, as well as Admiral Screed, I believe his name was, who was also a character in Armada. So they had to dig pretty deep to pull out the Gladiator, and then they pulled out then they went for the Imperial class Star Destroyer, and then they did the Immobilizer, and they started to run out of ideas again. They dug out the Quasar. This is a fairly new one. I don't remember what this one's called. Onager class. I have no idea where the Onager class comes from. I know that the Quasar was an old one, but you run out of ships for the Galactic Empire fairly quickly if you're not just spontaneously making them up. In the case of the Imperial Raider, you see right here, this ship, FFG made this ship up. FFG invented this ship wholesale. If you've ever seen the Imperial Raider, which has now been featured in a number of video games, and you've thought, where did that come from? This company made it up. That's its origin point. Now, all this is just leading into me saying that the fleets for the Grand Army of the Republic, or the Grand Fleet of the Republic, is that be what it's called? And the Separatist Alliance fleet are much more fleshed out. Much more fleshed out. And I think that Clone Wars is a fantastic setting. So this is pretty cool, and I may end up picking up some of these and fooling around with painting them. They come pre-painted, which is really nice, but the squadrons you have to paint, and man, they're teeny tiny. I did a lot of TIE Fighters back in the day. A lot of TIE Fighters. Yeah, Day City. No. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now. You wanna know? You know what it is, Sumitha? This upcoming game is going to be set in Trinity City. The crowd goes wild. I'm bringing it home. Thunderhead fucking life. That's what I'm saying. Surprising no one. Damn it, was that obvious? I guess that makes sense. We're fleshing out Trinity City. We're giving it a reason to exist. We're giving it some backstory. We're giving it a place to be. We're giving it a government. We're giving it a style. And we're going to tell some stories there. We're going to see if we can't make it into something that's worth caring about. Well, no, that's not... other things. Other things, Kursala. You know that there's more to it than that. I have no problem announcing that particular detail. Well, maybe you should tell me that there's secrets before I say anything, Kursala. My mods are so bad at this. So bad at this, and I blame them every single time. How long until you print a board to use for RPGs? Like, I told Kursala something else about... You know what? I'll keep that one a secret, Kursala. The other thing that I said about using Trinity City assets, that one's going to be a secret. How about that? There you go. People will be excited when they see that one. Or at least I will be. Should I? Did you actually message me about that? I don't know. Kursala, you assume that anybody's in this stream or paying attention. Come on. Come on. The campaign Cyberpunk or a Time of War / Mech Warrior. WJ, you'll see. You'll see. Oh yeah. I am terrible at reading messages. Truth be told, I can't actually read. And that does kind of work to my detriment sometimes. I usually have my cat translate things. It was in the middle of one of the info dumps. Oh. Anyway, here we have from Rogue19K. Finished that. Oh, the emotes still aren't working. I wonder why that is. Finished that mislinks, and it turned out better than I thought it was yesterday. Don't know why. One picture is lighter than the other, though. Same settings and all. Photography's tough. Photography's tough. No, not that, Katsuma. The god. Come on. Good at fooling people. I mean, I don't think I'm that good at it. It looks good. The basing definitely helps. It does come out a little bit different. The tones come out a little bit different between photos, don't they? Are you using just automatic settings? Because the camera phones adjust a lot of funny little details when you're using automatic settings, and I'm wondering what it is that it's picking up in this one that it's not on the other one. Maybe it's just the amount of light being reflected by the front of the mech, so it's darkening this one and lightening the other one. I don't know. Just picked up a Tau Commander. Well, set him down. He can't be too happy about that. That was stupid. I feel bad about that. I'm not like Hootie. You know, I'm not like Hootie Who. I can't just say dad jokes and puns and not be ashamed of myself. I can't just do it. Hootie's guilty of some real bad jokes. Well, I'll tell you, Rogue, it came out looking real nice. I love this gray you're using for the bottoms of these, and I cannot wait to see some full stars of mechs in these colors all stomping across the field. Nice photography. I do wonder why it came out so... Like, you can see, because it's the same background, you can really see how it changed between shots. But the nailing down the precise details of my own photography is something I'm still working on. You know. I'm a dad, and I do not endorse that joke. Yeah, but you're like... You're also like just a huge nerd in general. I'm not sure which of those two things influences your sense of humor more, but it's rough at times. It's rough at times. It's a one dad joke, and I have to go home and take my Netflix shower of shame. Here we have from Ion Raptor, got it all done. Now for a little breather before moving on to the Turkina. For those of you who do not know, Ion Raptor, a friend of the stream, real good dude, has been doing his own stream here on Twitch, working on this Battletech Rakshasa. I'm sorry. Man-Eater. It's a man-eater. There we go. He has been making it right here on Twitch, live on stream. It has been a whole lot of fun to watch. It is WJ. It comes in a number of poses. Now he has this is his, so he actually finished it a little while ago for printing. I have 4 of them. I didn't show them off, I should have. I have 4 of them right here in front of me that I've printed. And yeah, they are Rakshasas. The prints all came out lovely. Lovely, lovely, and I'm going to be doing up a whole number of them. I started painting 2 of them. I have many more to go. There's going to be some Rakshasa painting streams. No, I've got more for Garurung. I've got the 2 that I started, and then I've got these 2 that I have not put any paint on yet. Those are the low detail version. This is the high detail version, which you could use either for printing at a larger scale if you wanted a big Rakshasa, or I think, what's the game they're being used in? I know that this model is being used for a Mech Warrior game. They're being ported into, I don't remember which project it is now. But if you're not following Ion Raptor and you like Battletech at all, that is absolutely a stream that you should be following. Rock cha 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 cha. Yeah, exactly, Cat. That's. Oh my God, Ion Raptor, thank you so much for sharing this incredible finished project with us today. I love all the little details you've added, and I love the remark that he made in his. He's also got a channel on the Discord. If you're not following him there on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and he made a remark the other day like, I just feel like I'm scrolling across these blank expanses and adding details and shapes almost at random, and it hit me. Right here, right in my core, because that is so often what you wind up doing when you're making models like this, if you're not working from pre-existing sketches, or if you're just trying to add details because something feels blank. A lot of the time you end up just kind of like, I don't know, I'm gonna put like a circle in here, like a rectangle. I guess we'll put an X across it. Like, none of these things mean anything. You're just sticking random shapes on blank surfaces and hoping they look good. And at the end of the day, when you do enough of them, they wind up looking pretty badass. Nice work, Ion Raptor. A mythical Rakshasa are really interesting too. Backwards-handed tiger demons from India. Yeah, thus it's actually called the Man-Eater for legal purposes. Coming down. Here we have a little post for Therapy Thursday, which we didn't actually get, so I'm fine with that. Can't resist. Oh, gods, what have I gotten myself into? At least the tiny parts aren't as tiny as the 148 Tamiya kits I've been working on for the Knolls. But yeah, when you can't quite do most of the hobbying stuff while your injuries recover, I hope that is feeling better, by the way. Find ways not only getting around such, but also to keep doing hobbying things. It's good to keep moving. Besides, I always wanted to build a tank. Yeah, it isn't quite a tank, but those are in the mail. But still, I'm starting to go a touch nuts watching anime. Anime will do that to you, man. It'll drive you just a little bit crazy. Treat the dragon for scale. The dragon? Oh yeah, there's a dragon here. And also banana, how about that? And the banana too. Because some silly streamer seems to like that kind of thing. The banana is a universal scale item. We all know how big a banana is. You're just helping everyone out when you include a banana. Alright? You can't fudge a banana. Oh, that's not true. You can fudge a banana. Actually, bananas with fudge are pretty good. But my LAV3 is 50% cooler than yours because it has a dragon alongside it. And this is the one you're saying where it's like the entire axle and drive system is for some reason modeled. Oh, that's pretty cool. That dragon. Oof, weird looking, man. It creeps me out. It's like a dragon ghost. Nah, I've seen giant rulers, WJ. You can fake a giant ruler. You can't fake a giant banana. I'll know if the banana's fake. Well, it's a damn good looking kit. Looks like you got some putty to work with too. Well, hey, man. Nice. It's a nice looking kit. I look forward to seeing you get that put together, get some paint put down on it. Coming down. Here we have from Roland. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, by the way, White Wolf. And it glows in the dark. Oh man, Pac-Man Ghost Dragon. All right, shit. Why not? It's a strange world we live in. Here we have from Roland. Is this a... It's an infinity nativity. Infinitivity. Wow. This is silly. This is really quite silly. Is this something that is this like something they're actually releasing? Like in 3D cut file form or something? This is ridiculous. This is for... You can buy the Infinitivity. Okay. Baby Jesus is a crazy koala and it goes boom. I mean, isn't that... I thought that was part of the story already, though. Maybe I'm reading the wrong book. It's an MDF kit with acrylic figures. That's pretty cool, actually. I would assume since it's MDF with acrylic figures that the kit itself doesn't actually cost all that much. That would be probably the right way to go about it if you were selling it. Because it's just for some fun, you know? That's good, though. It's good to know that the guys over at Infinity know how to have a good time with the holiday season. It's 40 fucking Alright, I wouldn't pay $40 for this. A lot of Infinity stuff is expensive, though. I guess I shouldn't be shocked that it falls into that price range. The $40 seems like a lot for a joke and essentially a meme. I mean, I guess it's a functional enough piece of terrain if you take the star off. Well, that's fucking weird, Roland. But thank you for sharing. Coming down, here we have from Hamburg Tack. My favorite German teacher managed to photograph some of my Empire of the Blazing Sun, pardon, minis. I was going to say Empire of the Sun is just, unironically, the Japanese Empire, which show off the train aesthetic the Empire was known for. I give you the mechanical Ika Squid, the mighty Tenkei Skyfortress aircraft carrier, the Hachiban-class dreadnought, and the Nakatsu-class cruisers. Okay, this is cool. This is very good. This takes me right back to Red Alert 2 and just makes me smile inside. This is wonderful. This is Dystopian Wars. Is it not? I'm pretty sure this is Dystopian Wars, WJ. Yeah. Which just got a new plastic kit release, if I'm not mistaken. They're trying to revitalize the game somewhat, which is cool. They always had a really, really neat aesthetic, really fun design, and I appreciate game companies that are willing to really have fun with their designs. This is neat. It's just a flying airstrip. And yeah, I can definitely see the sort of steam engine aesthetic, particularly in these cruisers. They just look like steam engines that happen to also be boats. Nice paintwork on these, by the way, Hamburg Tack. Very, very nice. Yeah, yeah. You're not wrong. We're the gamers. It would cost more than $40. It would probably cost in the range of like $120 based on the pricing that they give for like Imperial Knights, but it would be really, really nice molded plastic. Still, I feel like if you're even interested in the Infinitivity, like you're into the memes enough, the extra few bucks aren't going to bother you. Really, really fantastic work you did on these, Hamburg Tack. I love the rising sun that you did here. And then the more traditional Japanese flag. I guess this isn't the more traditional... Okay, technically speaking, I guess this is the more traditional Japanese flag, and this is the more modern Japanese flag. That's the wrong use of the word traditional. Very, very nicely done, Hamburg, and I'm glad you dug those out to share. Dystopian Wars is a very cool game. I'm waiting right now on Jack to sort of report back, because I know he got a box of Mantic's Armada for Christmas, and I want to know how Mantic's Armada plays. I like the models for it, though. I need a fleet battle game in my life, and you know what? Right now, for whatever reason, I'm being bombarded with them. I never am, but it's like I have the option of Dystopian Wars, Mantic's Armada, I think it's just called Armada. I think that's the whole title. So Armada, or Star Wars Armada. Same name, totally different game. I know I like Star Wars Armada, but I haven't tried the Clone Wars stuff yet. Firestorm Armada, yeah, that was totally different and also quite fun, as a matter of fact. The modern Japanese flag is a pie chart colored in red of how much of Japan is Japan. I'm a little embarrassed that when I started reading that, I thought to myself, maybe this is going to be a fact about the Japanese flag, I don't know. By the time I got to the end, I felt pretty dumb for thinking that. No idea there were so many war games. Heard of like 7 new ones in the past hour watching. Ooh, NetJam, man, welcome. Welcome. You've taken your first steps into a larger world. There are so many war games, dude. There are so many war games. Most of them dead, unfortunately. I'm curious, NetJam, which war games had you heard of prior to this? I'm just curious. Or does it get better, We're the Gamer? No, it probably gets worse. I don't know how I did it good the first time, so every time I try to imitate myself, I just sound more like I'm trying to imitate myself. And it's like a copy of a copy is always less than the original, you know? Eventually, I'm just gonna be the really, really stupid clone from Multiplicity. That's gonna be me. Or we're already there and I don't know it. Here we have from Rio. This one is rather unique for my entry as it didn't come from me. I have a friend from my last job a few years ago who I've been trying to get to draw. Yeah, I saw you mention this on your channel. Been leaving little doodles on post-it notes on her work monitors in between downtimes. They always disappeared, so I thought she'd been throwing them away. That was, I think, around 2 or 3 years ago. Haven't heard from her until a few hours ago today. She sent me this message. Have to admit, I was bawling for a while earlier. The inked pens are those Pilot Frixion erasables. I kinda can see my development. Oh, that's really sweet. She's been saving them and even scrapbooking them. That's really, really cool. Yeah. It's nice to know that, particularly since you had just assumed they were winding up in the trash, to find out that this was something she actually, like, treasured and hung on to. That's pretty cool. That makes sense. Really, really cool, Rio. Heard of this one war game called, like, War Mace, Battle Hammer, something like that. I think it's dead. Yeah, it was from, like, I know the one you're talking about, Walter. Like, it got really, it sort of was born in, like, the 80s, and it got kind of popular in the 90s, and it had that little heyday in the 2000s. And there were, like space goblins, and I think there were, like, robot skeletons or something like that. Yeah. Well, something like that. I couldn't for the life of me say what it was called, though. Warhammer and a simplified version called Grimdark Future. Also, I'm aware of Star Wars Legion, but have not seen anyone play it. Yeah, NetJam, you know, it's exciting to me. It's always exciting to me when I encounter someone who is coming into this world kind of fresh. There are a lot of war games. Wargaming as a hobby has existed for a shockingly long time. It has gone through numerous permutations, and if I'm being honest, like, if I'm taking the grognard part of me, that edgelord part of me that wants to gatekeep all of my hobbies and keep everyone new out, if I take that guy and I shove him in the corner, the rest of me is really, really excited for you, because wargames have gotten better. They've gotten better, and I know that I pine for the good old days of some games. I genuinely, unironically do, but if I'm being completely honest with myself, I have to acknowledge that rule systems have gotten more streamlined. They've gotten more effective at just getting people playing the actual game. They've become more fun. They've become more cinematic. We played the games where we rolled 9 times on 9 different Excel spreadsheets to determine the least important factors of the battle. We've played those enough to know that they didn't actually enhance our enjoyment of the game. Like, basically at all. Those old, really, really complex games. I remove Classic Battletech from this because I feel that there are a lot of those things in Classic Battletech that do add to the game, but I'll be the first to acknowledge that there are rule sets for Classic Battletech and aspects of the game that add nothing to your enjoyment of the game. That just make it take, like, 8 hours to get through a skirmish that it really shouldn't take that long to get through. I think that you're getting into wargaming, assuming you're getting into it, which, I mean, I could be assuming a lot here, you're getting into wargaming at the right time, you know? You really, really are. There are a lot of good options right now. This is probably one of the easiest editions of Warhammer 40k to get started in. You probably have one of the easiest editions of Warhammer Fantasy to get started in. You've got Star Wars Legion, which is a great game that is being taken over to Atomic Mass Games. From them, you also have Marvel Crisis Protocol, which is a great game. So many good games. Back in my day, we had like 2 games that were genuinely good and like 20 games that sucked, but we said that they were good because there was basically nothing else. and half the time it was the only one you could get models for because, you know, that cool kid who got held back in high school and wore leather jackets all the time, he was the only one who owned models, and he happened to own models for one particular game. And so that's the game that you played. Oh yeah, A Song of Ice and Fire, it's genuinely a good game. I don't think that A Song of Ice and Fire gets a lot of notoriety, but the mechanics of the game, like, the models are gorgeous. The game itself is really, really well put together and a lot of fun. I feel like that game is probably suffering because we're all trying to forget that show. That show was, Well, let me put it this way. It was a cultural phenomenon for almost 10 years, and then seemingly overnight, we all stopped talking about it. You know? That doesn't bode well for popularity. It is 100% the books, but people are kind of disenchanted with the books these days too. But yeah, all that aside, it is a fantastic, like if you remove the setting from it, the mechanics of the game are really quite a lot of fun. This is really, really cool, Rio, and thank you so much for sharing this little moment of your day with us. I'm glad that you have been able to inspire someone else. You know, that for me, for my money, that's one of the best things that comes from engaging in art on any level, is giving someone else that little push that they need. That enriching their life in some small way, knowing that you're capable of enriching someone else's life. It's incredibly flattering, and I'm glad that you got a bit of that today, man. So I'm posting this one early as I don't think I'll be able to finish a color version, but I'll try for it. This year has been really odd with the COVID thing. You're saying, you're telling me, man. Such, it's also been a year of breaking limits I didn't think I could, both in my career and in my art. Hell, with all of us in isolation, I even ended up in a really great place here in Thunderhead's channel. Aw, thank you so much. To imagine this all started when I submitted a cupcake Irby just to see what Blunder Thud would say. I mean, it was adorable. And now we're looking at the process of one of my most complex picks I've done lately. It's not even in its final form. It has a whole other health bar after this. Here's to another excellent 365 with everyone. We're all great together. Oh, teamwork makes the dream work. And now I bring you Wish Upon a Firestar. Oh my god. What? There's a lot going on in this one. I'm just kind of taking this in here for a second. We got Project Dark Fox coming out of the box. What is that? What is the QR code? If I were to scan that QR code, what would I get? That's my question. We have... Is that... Is Chaotic Harmony just noshing on my theoretical taco that I'm talking about? Is that what I'm seeing there? I resent the hell out of this. Chaotic, get the hell away from my taco. That links to Rainy River Designs? Oh, that's really cool. Just realized I'm married to a QR code. And of course, we've got Rio down here in robot form, piloting the fucking turbo sleigh. A second. The most fascinating thing about it to me was how hard they killed the zeitgeist of GOT. Yeah, that's what really gets me, Walter. Like, it was a cultural phenomenon that you could not escape no matter what piece of pop culture you indulged in for years and years and years and years, and over the span of a month, it died. It died. It's gone. That's an amazing feat. That is hard. You'd have to try to do that on purpose. And they did it apparently by accident. Oh, Cat's putting... Oh, I see. I see. First of all, I have what appears to be a candy cane striped traffic cone strapped to my head with Christmas lights. And Cat is reaching up to the top to put a Firestar on top of the awkward tree that is myself as a Titan. Yeah, you did. He has the insane eyes, and he's drooling, for that matter. This is... And the updated logo is a nice touch, too. I don't know what to say. Usually I've got some bullshit. Usually I'm able to just rattle off some nonsense no matter what it is that somebody posts, but... The whole sequence of nonsense here is just... This is amazing, Rio. What does Chaotic have in his hand here? What is he holding on to? He's gripping something, and I can't quite tell what it is. Is it like a Slim Jim? I wouldn't go that far, Data Nerd. Oh, that's the that's the question mark. I didn't see the little dot. You're right. He grabbed the question mark, and he is stuffing the taco into his mouth. Rio. Thank you, man. Honestly, thank you. Not just for this. This is amazing. But thanks for being here, dude. Thanks for being a part of this community. Thanks for being a part of the stream. Thanks for playing Titanfall 2 with me. Thanks for being my friend, man. I really appreciate it. This year's been crazy. And, this stream has been the source of some of the best developments that have come out of this year for me. And it does me a lot of good to know that it's the same for other people. While balancing on the oh, you're right, he is. He's balancing on the exclamation point. So edgy. The only thing it's missing is some missiles going whoosh. But he is stomping all over my dreams here, so I guess that's apropos. I like Cat. I like how Cat's drawn here. She has that concentration tongue going on. And the little fire star going up top, which is ironic, because I use the Grav Star. I feel like all this is taking place on top of a Borealis. Yeah, you can't see it, but the Borealis is definitely down here. And I shudder to think what is inside this box. Though I note that Project Dark Fox has some mistletoe just coming right out the top there. The priorities are straight. In the middle of Trinity City. There you go. Rio, thank you so much for this. I'm going to have to take a look at this some more later, and I cannot wait to see... I mean, you say you're not done with it. I cannot wait to see the final version. Rio, thank you so much. Really. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for being here. That's what I got right now. That's what I got is thanks. Maul. I can't adequately express my feels. So let's take a look. Oh, that's at the bottom? Okay, we'll take a look at that then, too. Let's take a look at what Chaotic Harmony has here for us. The first of the free-range Taukins are complete. God, this... Yeah, okay, a field of pumpkin theme for painting some Tau. Let's roll with it. Gonna take this to my LGS and make sure this is the paint scheme they want the entire army done up in. And then I'll be going to town. Edit, they like the scheme. So this is what we have to look forward to, are these pumpkin patch Tau. Honestly, it works pretty well. Like, it's silly if you know what it is, but if you're not explicitly told, it's not so obvious that it detracts from the theme. It's just kind of a gaudy Tau scheme, and the orange to the purple actually works really well for it. It's not as much a purple, it's more like a midnight blue. It's really, really good work, Chaotic. Chaotic Harmony, a painter who we have also gotten to watch progress over the course of this year. The stuff that he was doing when the stream got started compared to the color schemes that he is willing to try now is just such a big leap. And I love seeing the work that he's doing, particularly for his FLGS. Chaotic, keep up the good work, man. I cannot wait to see a whole squad of those guys done up like a bunch of angry pulse rifle toting pumpkins. Here we have from Gear Falcon, finished up the right arm on Canis Rex. Before I had a printer, I ordered a 3D print of this, what's it called? The Laser Destroyer? I can't remember the name of the weapon on Canis Rex. It's a cool model kit, though. I've seen surprisingly few of the Canis Rex models done up. So I'm kind of excited to see you finish this one. I like the wiring choice, by the way. The bright green to kind of break up all the gunmetal we have going on here. The little bits of copper / bronze in here. And then I like all the bronze here on the front. This was nicely done. I want to say that it's called a Laser Destroyer, but I can't remember. They have such crazy names for everything in Warhammer 40k. But I got a 3D printed one of these that I had intended to put on an Imperial Knight, but then like all my interest in 40k like just fell off at the same time. I might have to break it out because I've still got the parts. Eventually, I'll paint everything I own, right, guys? I'll stop getting models, and I will paint all the things that I have. That's a realistic expectation. Initially thought that was supposed to be some sort of fancy sonic screwdriver. It might as well be. You point it at things, and it solves the problem, right? That that's what the sonic screwdriver does. Well, that's what this one does too. Laz Impulsor. Thank you, Gear Falcon. That's more in line with the nonsense names they've been giving everything lately. That's going to be a badass looking Imperial Knight, Gear Falcon. Glad you got that done. Can't wait to see it strapped to the rest of that. Honestly, Canis Rex is a really, really cool figure. Are you going to paint up... It comes with a pilot model, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure Canis Rex comes with a little pilot figure. I want to see that guy. I want to see you paint that guy, Gear Falcon, because that's a cool one. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. I got you. You're better at keeping secrets than I am. Here we have from Kursala. Since Christmas dinner was a success, I am here to gloat because why not? We've got some well-seasoned lamb leg. Ooh, I love lamb. Some roasted Cajun sweet potatoes. Damn it, I love sweet potatoes. And there was a loaf of sweet sourdough, but that didn't make it into the picture. Fred's fresh bread does not last long in our house. Oof. Yeah, that's, it seems like just about the right portions, too. I just start at one end and kind of just start pouring directly into my mouth. Oof, that looks delicious. Damn, yeah, the reason for the snack suggestion is obvious. Holy crap, Kursala. And it's lamb? Damn, that's gotta be rich. I'm losing my voice a little bit. Kind of getting a little right in here. I'll drink some more water. Damn, Kursala. Damn, one of these days we're going to have a little bit of a foodie weekend all to ourselves. Coming down, here we have from White Wolf. Oh, hello there. Hi, it's me, the MDF you've had sitting on the gaming table for a while. Miss me? Yeah, we didn't forget about you. We were just waiting for our turn in the airbrush booth. Global Evil Corp bridge, stairways, and some corner edition thingies, alongside some tiles from Pegasus Hobbies platformer center front and Hexagon bottom right. The Hexagon tiles were stolen almost immediately by hubby. Stolen for what? I admit they look like they'd make good coasters. Global Evil Corp does actually a really, really solid job with their MDF terrain. I like how they do these curves. Thank you for the reminder, White Wolf. Can't hurt to have a bit more. I'll have more tea in a bit. Oh, wanted to paint them, so that's why I stole. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Well, hey. You know, after all the excellent work you've done on this Aquila, the Aquila lander. Hang on, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god, my brains are coming out. Oh, excuse me. Oh, what was I saying? Yes, so after the excellent work that you did up here on this Aquila lander, it must be nice to kind of take a break from that and get into some other projects. And I know that particularly after I've finished a few things, I do like to dig into my backlog a little bit. I know the pain of having things where you're like, I'm really excited about this project, and you build it, and you put it on your desk, and you're like, I'll get to that next week, and a month goes by. And then 2 months go by. And 3 months go by, and thank God Hethrear's not here because he'd be giving me shit about the model I still owe him. I really gotta paint Sanguinius. I'm gonna do Ultron and then Sanguinius. I've got a non-metallic metal fest coming up ahead of me. But yeah, it's nice to get to some old projects. It can feel validating. So I'm glad to see that you were getting to some of that MDF, White Wolf. And thank you so much for sharing those with us. Here we have from oh, he finished it. Didn't think I'd actually be able to finish this one before tomorrow, but hey. I like how my color scheme is very, very, very similar, minus my avocado shell, to the Merrick First Free Worlds Guard. Easily my favorite color scheme in all of BattleTech. Yeah, right. Project Snarkbox. I see. Yes. PDF extension required. Is that what that says? We have Duncan Fisher at home. See, now I can clearly see. Yeah, this is the question mark he's holding, and he's sort of kicking off the exclamation point here. Just latched on with his mouth. You were expecting someone else, but it was me. See, Estimator Rio. Vanguard class Titan Jingle Hells. Rio's sister, Riot's sister. I think I'm technically an adopted brother at this point as well. We've been over this. Kat and I have been over this. I'd like to be adopted by her family. I feel like I'd have better holidays that way. Look at that beautiful face. Look at I like how it's also much more clear that this is in fact a parking cone on top of my head that the Firestar is going up on top of. This is my favorite rendition. My absolute favorite rendition of Chaotic Harmony that I have ever seen. I just want this. I want to block this out. I have spoken. We're gonna have to do something with this, Rio. I don't know what yet, but we're gonna have to do something with this. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna have to make it a banner or something. I don't know. This is fantastic, though. Rio, thank you so much. And again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for sharing your art with us for all this time. And for that matter, thank you to Project Dark Fox. And thank you to Chaotic Harmony. And thank you to Cat Ion. And thank you to Hamburg Tack. And thank you to Vergaderung. And thank you to Walter's Workshop. And thank you to White Wolf. And thank you to even Majin Who Laughs. Majin, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. How's MCB doing? He's streaming right now, isn't he? How's that going? I'm going to be over there in just a few minutes, probably. Thank you to Sumatha. Thank you to each and every one of you fine people who have made this year what it has been for me. We're almost into the next one, and I don't want to speak too soon, but I think it's going to be even better. I think it's going to be even better. I mean, obviously not, obviously this year overall has sucked, and obviously I'm not saying like all over the world everything's going to be better. I'm just saying that this here right now, what we've got, this is going to be even better. Assuming I don't like croak tomorrow or something just to drive the irony home. Which, I mean, knowing my life, that very well may happen. The next one better not suck. Not the stream, I mean the world. I know that feel downslide. Rio, thank you so much for this. This is fucking fantastic. And I'm going to geek out some more over this later. Has Chaotic seen this? I think Chaotic pieced out a little while ago from the stream, but he needs to see this. It's going to be better because we all got a little Thunderhead, which is, I assume at least one tier up from Roadhead. Rio. Alright, we gotta keep going. That's fucking fantastic, though. Here we have from Roland. Oh, is it a Hero Forge mini? Hero Forge has come a long way. Even their colorization for their online visualizer is improved. That's like a wolf sniper. It's like a werewolf sniper. The only thing that would make it better is if he was a werewolf Nazi sniper. I don't know what it is about Nazis and werewolves, but somehow they just seem to go together. That's pretty cool. Are you going to get this one printed up, Roland? You can get STLs from Hero Forge now, can't you? The new printed color minis leave a lot to be desired. That technology's pretty fresh. Pretty fresh. Yeah. The ability to buy STLs, I think, is more revolutionary to me than the colored prints. The colored prints are neat, but I feel like enough people are going to be printing, and miniature enthusiasts already like to paint, that it's not as exciting. Just printed one for your wife. Very cool. Well, that's a damn cool looking mini, Roland. Oh, that's right, Roland went to bed. I can't ask him anything. Oh, Roland. Oh, no. Well, go ahead and get that one printed, man, and get some paint thrown down on it. I love that you can visualize how you want to do your color scheme already. That'll be cool to see come together, man. Minis are good quality, too. Yeah, everybody seems pretty happy with them. Yeah, I just remembered that right, White Wolf. I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I said goodnight to Roland. What's wrong with me? Coming down. Here we have from O'Coral. These were the ones that you posted last time in Showcase. This is... I want to say this guy's name is... Thagrosh? Is that right? Maybe I shouldn't guess. That sounds right to me. Thagrosh, yay! I did it! You were all here. You saw me get the name right. Sometimes it happens. Yeah, he's a Warm Horde's Legion of Everblight Warcaster. Really like the pale skin work you've done on here. I dig the kind of yellow-red leather contrasting with it. Good job on the snow base, for that matter. This is tricky. This I'm not as good at. I like the varied texture that you got between the raised portion and the lower portion. Like there's more softer, kind of powdery snow built up down here. I dig the blue inset effect that you have on the blade as well. That's a big hand. That's a big old hand that he's got. I don't remember Thagrosh's story. I don't remember why his hand would be quite so large, but I'm sure that it's explained because everything is in that damn game. Just everything. Really, if honestly, O'Coral, if you were to show this to me and just say, pick out your favorite thing about it, weirdly, I'd say the base. I think you did a really good job on this base. Snow bases are tough. I'm not very good at them, but everything from the texture, the extra little bit of detail, and the colors that you've chosen here have actually come out really, really good. And what's interesting is that it actually works really well with the skin tone, because he's got these big brown boots and this big brown leather thing hanging off of him and then some armor, and you don't get to his pale snow white skin tone until you get to the upper half of his body. So what you wind up with is a chunk of the color here and a chunk of the color here. There's some here on his thigh, but you can barely see that for the most part. So as far as composition goes, this works better than I would assume it would if you just told me the scheme. Nicely done. Very, very nicely done, O'Coral. Hell yeah. Oh, here we have from Gear Falcon. This thing is taking forever. Oh yeah, there's the Pilot Mini who's sitting inside, and then there's the Pilot Mini you can have standing outside. But it looks like you're taking the time to go ahead and paint the inside one. I like how he's looking out the sunroof there. That's a nice touch. There's an ogre mutated by the dragon into his first servant. Yeah, the story of the Legion of Everblight is strange. Very, very strange. Still working on it, so I will post more. Fantastic, O'Coral. I look forward to it. Dying ogre attracted to the dragon via psychic messages, and the dragon mutated him as he was about to croak. Stronger, tougher, much smarter. The Legion of Everblight is it was the faction I was immediately drawn to when I did briefly get into War of the Hordes. Like, I kind of looked at Crix, and I was like, Crix seems kind of try-hard edgelordy, almost. Like, I don't know, they were kind of too much. Legion of Everblight was just right as far as being kind of mutant blind dragon beasts. I really enjoyed their figures. Unfortunately, I was terrible at the game, and I had kind of a bad response to my painting when I started painting those figures. I think maybe it was just the particular group that I was with at the time that I was exposed to, but I got this response to the painting work that I did on my first Legion of Everblight Warcaster, that there is a way that this model is supposed to be painted, and because you've done it differently, you're wrong, and no one's going to talk about anything you did right. It's just wrong. That's not the color that the model should be. And I realized that must just have been the group, because since then I've seen War of the Hordes groups that are very, very welcoming of non-canon paint schemes. That was strange. Yeah, Crix are totally the mustache-twirling bad guys. And also apparently the undead robots or something. I don't know. Canis Rex. Imperial Knights are a pain in the ass to paint, dude. These big, broad shoulders they have on them, like the Monday Night Football robot dudes. Yeah, they're a bit of a challenge. But it looks like it's coming together pretty well. And I guess you're going to go with the canon paint scheme from the box, yeah? Well, I look forward to seeing this guy get finished, Gear Falcon. Excellent work so far. I'd love to see a closer shot of that pilot you got in there. Finished the top just now. Nice. Coming down from Datron Voltari. My nieces know me well. A Christmas gift from the 6-year-old. Aww. Art with Edge, the Mandalorian. What all is in here? Like, I'm curious what pictures are actually inside of this coloring book. That's actually a pretty cool gift. I could spend a day or two just wasting time in that with some colored pencils. That's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, Art with Edge. That's my question too. Like, what's edgy about it? I would assume Baby Yoda is like most of them. To be fair, little Grogu, little Yogu, whatever. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Datron Voltari. I'd love to see some of the actual art that you get up to in the book if you feel like sharing it with us later. Here we have from Carbonic Acid, when hunchbacks play paintball. Shit gets a little wild. This is pretty cool. What are we going for here? I'm curious what the end goal is. What I'm getting from this is kind of like an autumn fiery camo scheme. It reminds me of like it reminds me of like a forest fire, when you get a lot of black smoke all billowing off of a large quantity of fire at the same time. That's kind of what I'm getting from this. Yeah, this is actually pretty effective. The one on the left has a... Yeah. I think that if I were to pick two of these that actually have really evocative and intentional looking patterns, this guy here on the left and this guy mid-right. I really like this one. This one's more yellow, this one's more red. I like the red one. This is really quite neat. Yeah, it's sort of an autumn forest / forest fire style thing. Corvus Oculum, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We are just in the Storm Report right now, taking a look at some art and work from our viewers. That's really quite neat. The end goal was paint on mechs Carbonic Acid. You can't make it any clearer than that, man. Let me tell you. Well, you've done a damn good job at that. These are actually very... These are surprisingly, like, I don't mean to say surprisingly, like, I don't expect you to do good work. I mean, surprisingly, like, I don't usually go in for camo schemes all that much. If I had to pick favorites, yeah, lefty here and mid-right right here. These ones wound up a little more, I don't know, like, the pattern is a little less distinct on this one. And I think that if there was some more orange mixed into this one, it would be more in line with the one on the left. But this is actually a really, really cool looking lance. Fucking nicely done, Carbonic Acid. I mean, as far as anything I'd change on here, you know what I might do? I might black wash the bases a little bit more to darken them and hit the corners, or just a real light dusting on top of like a high blue-gray to pick out the texture. That may or may not be necessary, just because it's a little tough to tell from this angle on the photography how well the texture is coming out. I think that's one of the only... If I have to come up with some critique for this, you could make the cockpit glass pop a little bit more. I don't know if I would, though. Like, it would be a good focal point to draw to the top of the Mini. You know, if you did it in, like, a clashing color, but that also might defeat the whole damn purpose of doing them in camo in the first place. Really fantastic work, and thank you so much for sharing. Here we have from Dave's Mini Art. Now, okay, these are Black Sun, right? Not Dark Sun, which is something completely different, and I mistook it for last time, but Black Sun, which is a board game? Alexa, shut up. Fucking think I'm talking to you for? Oh my god. It was because I was saying Black Sun. Yeah, she thinks that's her name. High-end, large-scale... Okay, I haven't looked into it, like, at all. It's just a Minis company. Okay, that actually explains a lot. Because I've seen more figures from this range popping up, and I wasn't sure. I was like, are they for a game, or what? They're all really, really dramatic. And kind of, like, dark, low fantasy. And I trigger yours. Haha, take that. 75mm. Yeah. I like the red armor. I particularly like how you brought in the sort of green to blue-green here on the base. It sets the Mini apart quite a lot. I like how you've broken up the red with these cool colors on the gauntlets and the shoulders. This in particular, if I'm picking out one thing on here that kind of stands out to me, it's this very effective dark metal fade you have across the back of the shield, with the light kind of picking up some texture down here towards the bottom. I like that a lot. Absolutely not cool. Besides, I have more than enough blonde wigs as it is. First time doing NMM armor. Well, you and me both, man. We are getting our practice in, but yeah, I can see what you mean. We've got some nice caught edges here. in here. And some low edges. Yeah. And definitely on the scales, I can see what you were working on there. Non-metallic metal's tricky. I am discovering, I should say, that it's an important one to apply the 3 to 5 foot average viewing distance rule to, because you want some real sharp, well, if I've said it once, I've said it a million times, Dave. Taking pictures of miniatures is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. I always make some allowances for the difficulty of the number of pictures I've posted online where I've been like, oh, I've did a really good job on this mini and people are gonna like it, and I post the picture and then I bring it up and I'm like, oh, that looks like shit. Like I know the model doesn't look like shit because it's right in front of me, but that picture looks like garbage. It's only very recently I've posted any pictures where I felt like, yeah, that kind of looks like the model. That kind of looks like what I did. This is some really, really nice work though, Dave. Have you done, I know that you've been doing some Marvel Crisis Protocol. I don't know if I've looked. Have you painted Ultron yet? Because he is a lot of fun to try non-metallic metals with. He is a great practice piece, honestly. I think he has some very dramatic curves that lend themselves very well to the style. I love the colors you've gone with for the leather in here as well. All in all, Dave, really very, very nice work. Took a pic in a darkened room. Looks a bit better. A bit washed out. Yeah, that'll happen too. Holy shit, look at this cyborg motherfucker. Is this also Black Sun? Turbo Dork, okay. For the paints, I assume. Not had any new ideas, but maybe when I said maybe an autumn forest, I mean, yeah, that would work too. Do some leaves on the base. Yeah, this is also a Black Sun mini. I didn't realize that they did sci-fi, but now that I know that they're just a minis company, that makes more sense to me. They're kind of system agnostic. It looks like he comes on a little flat piece of basing, some tactical debris that he stands on too. Oh, you did Turbo Dork on Ultron. Okay, I'll take. Is it on your Instagram? I'll go take a look. Because I've been looking for more Ultrons to kind of get a feel for. You did a really good job on this weapon back here. I know it's in the back of the image, but this is what's standing out to me, is how much dark space you left on here compared to the edge highlighting that you did. It really sells the shape of the weapon without having to see every little detail. This right here is nicely done. This is an effect that you should shoot for on more gun black pieces. This looks really, really nice. The skin tones seem like they're coming together pretty well, too. Very ruddy, and I love what you've done with the base so far. Dave, fan-fucking-tastic work. Overall. Yeah, that is a good tip for Gadarung, and I think that somewhere we've got Sticky to sort of a general guide on miniature photography, but something you definitely want to do is, there's something you struggle with when you get close to the camera called depth of field, where particularly if you have a mini who's like holding one arm out one way and the other arm out the other way, you'll take your picture, and the middle will be in focus, and both of the hands will be out of focus, because your depth of field is very, very narrow. Now, if you move your camera farther away from the subject, so that it's fairly small, focus on it, take the picture, and then crop the picture down, you'll get better focus on every single aspect of the mini. Particularly if you're doing, if you're taking pictures with a camera phone, with a smartphone. On your IG for it. I'll check it out after I'm done with this, Dave. Thank you so much for sharing those with us today. Here we have from Colonel Matthew Steiner. Some of them Steiner mechs coming together. We have an imp. Which imp is that? I'm a little staggered by this imp because it doesn't look like shit. And no offense to the original designer, but imps usually look like shit. Huh. Oh, it's a Flashman. Okay. Alright. Well, Flashman generally doesn't look completely like shit, but it does look like kind of a dialed-down imp. I guess I probably should have known based on the arms. And then we have our new CGL Archer over here. It looks like you've been doing some kind of warm shading across the... Yeah, this is like a camo pattern, it looks like. With sort of a bone white, and then a soft brown, and then blue in that stripe down the side. And then we have our new Marauder here, and new Rifleman. This is a nice looking lance. This camo, it's very subtle. But after getting a look at it, I really kind of like what it's doing. I think I mostly caught it when I saw this band going across the top of the Marauder. Nice decal work as well. This is what I was talking about earlier. Colonel Matthew Steiner always makes me think, like, maybe I should do, like, a little action scene set up with some terrain to take pictures of my models on, because I really like how this photography comes out. But I've really leaned pretty hard these days into the, like, pure black background to just focus on the paint job. I'm eventually going to have to diversify my photography. But it's one step at a time. I've gotten my photography to a point where it doesn't look like shit, and now I can start to expand it and make it more interesting. Not looking like shit was the priority. Archer Warhammer Rifleman. 3 reseen mechs that were in the old 3rd edition box. And a great heavy lance, despite the issues all 3 mechs have. They support one another. Leave the 4th open for any mech you may love, like a Marauder, for instance. Going to make a mech bay photo booth, I think. Vergaderung, that would be fucking cool, man. Actually, you know, if you designed a mech bay explicitly to be a photo booth, you could put some features into it to mount lights and such, and then paint it very carefully to be non-reflective. You could actually make something pretty damn cool and pretty damn useful. And if you made something like that, Vergaderung, I'd print it almost immediately. Nicely done, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Another person you should be following if you are not yet. At least check out his Instagram. My God, so many cool pictures. Here we have from Greg the Salt Miner, finished framing out all 22 unique tiles for the dungeon tile system I'm sculpting up right now. These will all get brought into ZBrush for sculpting and then test printed. Each tile has a 7 by 1.25 inch-ish hex that can be set up to make a sweet dungeon/cave board, primarily for RPGs. Ooh. Yeah. So what texturing are we going to see? What texturing are we going to see on these We're the Gamers? I'm very curious what the end vision is going to be. Are you going to do like a columnar basalt sort of a look? Very curious. Either way, I know that We're the Gamers is going to be trying to do some streaming tomorrow, doing some 3D design again. If you are not following We're the Gamers, please. Guys, follows are free. Follows are free. They take no time, they take no effort. You go give them a follow, and I'll tell you what the worst case scenario is. You want to know the worst case scenario? You follow We're the Gamers. You get a notification one day. It says We're the Gamers is streaming. You click on the notification, you go to the stream, and you go, I don't like this. And you unfollow and you move on with your life. That's the worst thing that can happen. The best thing that can happen, the most likely outcome, is you'll be like, holy shit, this guy's pretty cool, and he does some really cool 3D modeling, and I am learning things just by watching him. So go give him a follow. Good personal friend of mine, very, very talented sculptor, getting better every single day. Very talented painter, experiments a lot with oils. This is a channel that you are gonna want to have your hooks in. Here we have from Fluke Skywalker. Want to know if my bases read as Cloud, and the lightning on the hammers is my first attempt at freehand. Did I pull it off? I can just tell from the... Ooh. Oh my. Hang on, I'm gonna blow this up just a little bit. Hey, what's up, Teal? How you doing? There's another man that we need to get a shout out for. Oh, that's as big as it gets. That's as big as it gets. Fluke Skywalker. Fluke Skywalker, I need a bigger version of this picture, man. I need a bigger version of this picture because this is cool. To answer your question, yeah, that does actually read pretty well as clouds. I'm curious, you just said that the lightning... Hang on. The lightning on the hammers is your first attempt at freehand? What is this? What is this if not freehand? This is amazing. It is going fan-fucking-tastic, my friend. Thank you for asking. Seal 6 Operator, we've been doing that. We just painted heavy gear. These gears here for the last several hours. I promise you I did. How you doing, Seal 6 Operator? We're going to be doing some more heavy gear painting in the near future. Don't worry, I have 4... we just did those 4 northern mechs. I have 4 southern mechs. Right here. Gears, pardon. That are also going to be getting painted, ideally, within the next week. It's no problem. Tell you what, it'll be up on VOD. Yeah, though, Fluke Skywalker, buddy, my friend, my bro, I need a larger picture of this because I want very much to closely examine the work you've done here. The picture's a little small, it's hard to pull out some detail, but I'm seeing lightning on the hammer here, lightning on the hammer here, and here. It looks great from this distance. I want to see these bases closer. This is a cool fucking idea that you've had here. I'm not sure exactly how you did it, if you're saying this is your first freehand. Unless you don't count this as freehand somehow. Is one of the more unique basing ideas I've seen in a while. And I am into it. I don't get excited about Sigmarines. I don't. I generally don't give a shit about Stormcast Eternals, but I want to see those bases because I like what you've done here. Very, very nice, Fluke Skywalker. Please, do me a favor. When you hear this, bigger picture, post it in Showcase on the Discord. I want to take a closer look. I want to take a much, much closer look at what you've done here because it looks like it bears examination. Here we have from Vergaderung, retake for Setup Sunday. Rack all printed and glued together, mounted to the wall with command strips. All the Pro Acryl are on there, and I decanted the paints I wanted to keep into more Pro Acryl bottles, but I ran out, so there's a few Vallejo and GW paints still there. Colors are rearranged roughly by spectrum, brightest on top, going to darkest on bottom. Turns out I have more brown, green, and blue paints than the other colors, which surprised me. Weirdly, that happened to me too. Not blue, but green and brown. I'm not sure how that worked out. I have a lot of reds, too. I don't know where I got all these damn reds. Not all of them were from We're the Gamers, either. Shades, Contrast, and Technicals are on the right of the desk, and PH Martins are to the left of the rack. Next up is designing a decent brush holder with higher capacity, but won't dump all the brushes out if it gets bumped. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Also on the desk are the tons of paint I culled, and I'm going to send to Thunderhead for his home for Wayward Paints foster program, which is a good opportunity for me to mention we will have more details on this program coming in January at the beginning of the new year. But we are initiating an initiative. That's what you do with initiatives, right? You initiate them. Known as Thunderhead's Home for Wayward Paints, where we are going to be taking the paints that you don't want, and you know the paints. It's that bottle that's been sitting there for months, and you're just like, I don't know, I was gonna use it, but then I got a new paint that does its job, and I don't feel like I'm gonna get to that paint. It's just gonna sit there and slowly solidify. We want to take those paints and we want to put them in the hands of newbie painters. We want to put them in the hands of people who might not be sure if they want to put in the money to get started painting, who aren't sure what colors they need, who aren't sure what paint brands they want to go to. We just want to take some paints in a number of different colors from a number of different brands, a couple of brushes, a few tips. We want to put them in the hands of newbie painters, get them going, so that they have enough information to say, yes, I want to keep doing this, or no, painting is not for me. I want to get one set out a month for the next year. By the time we get to this point next year, I want to be sending set number 12. That's my goal. I think we can do it. I think we can improve the lives of some startup... Oh, look, there's a Thunderhead Studio mug. That's pretty cool, too. That's a good number of paints. I am glad to see you clearing up a little bit there. And hey, nice rack. Because that's what they say when it's... Because of the... Yeah. That's the rack that I sent the files for over to Vergaderung. And then, yeah. Alright, let's move on. Star Wars prints that I've done recently. The ship doesn't really have that visible lines. I was just doing some sanding and now they stand... Yeah, it's funny how you rub like some grit down into them and they pop out all of a sudden. The comm tower on the lower left still needs the radio dish. Also, the last bit of finished Trinity City roads are visible in the box in the back. This is a particularly nice Hardware Studios ship. I was a fan of this one when I first saw it. Looks like you got a hover truck coming together down here on a landing platform. Hardware Studios does really nice work on the Star Wars front. On every front, really. Ooh, I spy a Borealis back there. I can't wait to see that and actually get some more paint put down on it. And yeah, we got some Trinity City roads, some Trinity City buildings, Trinity City life. Loving the look of this guy now. I really think this is just such a great and classic combination of colors, particularly for a Star Wars ship. I'm very curious what paint scheme you're going to go with on this guy right here, Vergaderung. Yeah, I agree, Walters. Like, there's some ships that just have pleasing overall shapes to them, and this is one of the best designed ones that they've released from Hardware. Absolutely one of the best. That is, in fact, the rack that I designed, White Wolf. You are absolutely correct. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Also, I finished up the last 6 of the lit up medium buildings. Just the small buildings, foundations, and cooling tower and highways to go. I love all the various colors that we are seeing in here. Hey, who's this guy? Who's this fella here? This is some kind of Twitch streamer who's doing like, it looks like he's making models, maybe painting something. Huh. Should give that guy a follow. I feel like this is a good stream to follow right here. Like I don't know him, obviously, but I'm gonna go give him a follow. I don't know about you. You should, think about it. Give it some thought. I didn't actually intend for these to be windows, but it's interesting that they became windows anyway. I'm fine with that. Though admittedly, like this set right here, these buildings that have all been lit up, these were some of the first buildings I made, and I'm not sure what I was thinking on half of these parts. Looks like they got lit up pretty damn well, though. I love all the different colors you've used, particularly the purple. Is that a shock? Is that a shock to anybody? Hey guys, I enjoy purple. I like purple. I hear follows are free. That's a good point. That is a very, very good point. Did we get a shout out? Did Teal get a shout out? Because that's a man that you should be following. Fantastic painter, does a lot of really, really cool kind of experimental techniques on stream and talks about what he's doing while he's doing it. I feel like that's a great stream to learn in. Has been doing some really very interesting weathering and sponging work on... I haven't caught any of your streams since the last time you were working on that base for that repulsor tank. But I love what you did with the bark to make rocks on that base, man. That looked really, really good. Who have I been paying for them? I think you might have been scammed, Walter. Maybe just a little bit. If that's a problem you're having. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I don't... I'm such a lazy streamer. I've been spoiled by an absolutely incredible mod team between Cat Ion, Riot Sister, Project Dark Fox, and now Kursala. Like... I look at other streamers who have to actually put forward effort to give people shoutings out. And I just kind of go, handle it, just do it, And it just sort of happens to the point that I don't even notice it some of the time. It's crazy. I don't know how I got this lucky. Let's see what Kevin Kitsune has to share with us. Finally got my Iron Ravens Primaris Hellblasters done. I love this paint scheme. Next project is the Tau TX4 Piranha from the Tau Battle Force box. This really is a very cool paint scheme. I love the use of the Raven Guard iconography with a distinctly non-Raven Guard paint scheme. The blue and red, the repetition of the red mohawk to the bright red weapons. And then we got helmet, shoulders, knees done in blue, and then this kind of... Whenever I see just silver, I tend to think that that's like untreated ceramite, almost. That's kind of the impression I get off of it. That's what I go with for my Iron Snakes, but they're supposed to be silver. Also, gotta get going. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much for stopping in, man. It's always a pleasure to see you here. Always, always a pleasure, and I'll be sure to catch you next time you go live, my friend. You have a great night. I don't know exactly what it is about this scheme that tickles me as much as it does. Maybe it's that it reminds me of those, like, late 90s, early 2000s Ultramarines paint scheme, which at the time I didn't like, but now somehow, with the benefit of hindsight, I've actually come to quite appreciate. That's a damn fine-looking group of Hellblasters you've got there. I like how you've mixed up the basing a little bit with, like, sort of a water effect, like he's standing on the edge of a pond right here. Very, very cool, Kevin Kitsune. And here we have a shot from behind. The Marines got that badonk. Actually, they're kind of narrow-waisted. They don't really have much of an ass on them, those Primaris Marines. Very, very smooth work, Kevin Kitsune. If you're interested in advancing as a painter, if you're interested in any feedback from these... Shadows. When I look at these, I just see a little bit of a lack of shadows. The colors are very flat. They're well applied. They're smoothly done. You have good brush control. You are right at the point where you should be focusing on doing deeper shadows and higher highlights. Like, your technical work is good, your colors are smooth, your color choices are nice, and now it's time to start pushing the way those colors register in order to sell the scale more and deliver a more dramatic look. I don't want to go off on that for a while because this is an awesome set of minis that you have shared with us today. But start using some more washes and start digging into doing some layered highlights, and you will find this work you have done here quickly multiplied in quality, in drama, in the evocative nature of the poses and sculpts. And if I were going to deliver one critique for your color choices here, it looks like you've done red eye lenses under the red mohawk. I might go with something else. I might choose green, just so that the eyes stand out a little bit more and blend into the mohawk a little bit less. But that is a very, very minor critique. All in all, really well done, Kevin Kitsune. Here we have from Headshot, work in progress on the new camo for the Clan Invasion minis. Ooh, going with like a, like kind of a winter woodland thing going on here. Big, broad splotches of color, which is kind of what you have to do on a battle mech if you don't want it to come across as just, I slung paint on it randomly. Again, I've said this before, camo schemes are tricky just because a camo scheme is trying to convince you it's not a paint scheme. And when you're doing that on a mini that you definitely want to look at, thought it was desert camo. Well, it's under a bit of a warm light, so it's hard to tell, but I'm reading cool colors here under a warm light. So I want to say that it's like a snowfield camo. I'm reading cool gray, cool white, and then black lining in between. That could just be the lighting, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm sort of overcompensating because I see that the lighting is so warm. That's coming together nicely though, Headshot. With the classic Warhammer stuck on the end here too. That's a nice touch. Very, very cool, Headshot, and thank you so much for sharing that badass camo scheme with us. Again, just colors aside, I think the way that you've broken it up here works really well. It reads as a camouflage pattern, which is something I struggle with when I try to do it. It looks brown and tan to me, but that's what I'm saying, WJ, is it looks brown and tan, because look at the color up here. Like, this is white, this is white. So what does this have to be? You see what I mean? You got OD green, stone gray, and black line. Okay, maybe there's some green in there that I was not registering. I'm just going to go ahead and throw out there again that taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. And getting a nice neutral light that gets the true color across, that can be a bit of a challenge if you're not devoting an area to it. Either way, the actual paint scheme is looking really, really nice, Headshot, and thank you for sharing that badass lance with us. Here we have from Crossbow Roof. Thanks to Data Nerd, my wife just cut 2 paper fuckflakes. Her next attempt is to try to get them to fit on a coaster like the 40K one she made for me. Aw, isn't that sweet? The couple that fucks together sucks to... No, that's a bad saying. Let's... Yeah, no. That wasn't going anywhere good. Yeah, no. It's late, I'm hungry. I shouldn't be trying to be clever. It's just not going to work. Oh, delightful. Delightful. And in fact, very, very true. Fuck 2020. Yeah, fuck flake coasters. Like, I'd kind of like, if that's a thing that's happening, you know, put me on that train. I'm down for a fuck flake coaster. That's something I could have all year round. I was warned to look at, yeah, you're not wrong. My blood sugar's dropping fast. Dropping fast. Coming down here we have from Cyber Knight. Heard y'all like the Oryx. Why not some more? Torso is largely unchanged, but we put a bit more effort into tweaking the EC2s. And some work on the SRM6 pods. Also started working on the pelvis and legs working. Downward thighs are mostly ready to go, while the lower legs and feet still have a ways to go yet. Last but not least, started working on some variant weapons. 3 of 6 done for those so far, and that 6 will only turn into 10, 20, 30 by the end of this, and then we'll have, like, 50 to 60 variants by the time it's finished. Knowing Cyber Knight, this really, I like all of the mechs that you've done so far, Cyber Knight. I may like this the most of them. I'm still a big fan of the Tyrant, don't get me wrong. But as far as original designs that you yourself have worked on, this is one of the most aggressive and practical looking. And I continue, it's such a simple thing with the shape of it, but tilting these SRM pods out to give it this sort of, is this a trapezoid? I can never remember. Okay, so a parallelogram has parallel lines, obviously, so this would be a trapezoid. Yeah, the sort of trapezoidal shape to the torso is subtle, but very effective. Ooh, he's got some big guns on him. He's got some, admittedly, these weapon mount points, I think somebody mentioned chrome hounds before, and now I'm starting to see it a little bit with the way these hard points work. But hey, it's just practical. This son of a bitch reminds me a bit of the longbow, though maybe slightly less devoted to just having a trash can full of missiles on either arm hardpoint. Very, very cool Cyber Knight. For those of you who are not aware, Cyber Knight is the proprietor of Metalcore Collectibles, a maker of really quite excellent resin 6mm sci-fi battle mechs and vehicles. A lot of his own designs that are perfect for proxying into Battletech or for use with other games. Also, some of them have their own stats in Operation Lancaster. So if you play Battletech and you are not familiar with Metalcore Collectibles, you should go check out his site. I don't know if he's still got any holiday sales going on. I know he had some for a little while there. All of his stuff tends to be modular and magnet friendly, which I know a lot of us really, really enjoy. Here we have from Manro Fasal, finish my salamanders for now until I get the decals in from the UK. Ooh, I like this. I see some improvement on the lava base. I like this though. This is a cool effect. I'm gonna say you can work more on this effect. You can refine this. I know that you can do a better, I don't want to say better, a more striking job on it. But I love the effect that you're working with right here. I can see exactly what you're going for, and you've, like, I feel like you could go a little bit higher in the middle and a little, I feel like that's my advice like 90% of the time. I'm always like, take what you've done and go a little further with it. Take what you've done and just push it some more. Push yourself to that next level, because I'm telling you, man, if you push the blending on this a little bit, you push the high a little higher, and you push the low a little lower, or even get some black in there. I notice when I'm looking at these molten swords, and it looks like you've done a little bit of it, but that little bit of black, where there's like cooled metal on the very edges. Very, very cool molten sword effect. Very, very nice. There's some good looking salamanders. I like that green you've gone with on them. All in all, a very nice looking force. And it's good to see some classic Marines actually getting some paint. Man, that takes me back. Can't wait to see those decals go down, man. Rofasol, thank you for sharing that with us today, man. Missing something. It's a tricky effect. It's a tricky effect. I'll post up some of the inspiration pictures that I use for this very effect, and maybe you'll take something from staring at those, like I have attempted to, but generally fail to achieve. Thank you for sharing those with us today, though, Manro. Oh, Setup Sunday. Got a few different projects on the go. Still have 2 different MDF projects I'm slowly burning through. Infinity models that need bases. A few more Infinity minis to assemble. Null driver for the LAV for a Midnight Raid. Waiting for Finger to heal. I hope that that comes swiftly and smoothly. And then up front, oh hey, the LAV lower half tub thingy. Looks like not much has been done to it, but in reality it seemed like 2 hours of work, probably because of those goddamn differentials being 4 pieces. Yeah, I mean, the teenier the pieces, the more work goes into making it even look reasonable. Isn't even my assembly desk's final form. No, it's got another health bar after this, absolutely. It's way more organized than my, like, I don't have an assembly area, I just have an area. And I use it for everything. Yeah, a glazing and starting to kind of bring the colors together. Glazing like yellow over the whole thing might be a good move. It's hard to say. Well, I'm glad to see that you are keeping up the work during the healing period, White Wolf. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster. Previews, in this case, art related to the short story Nightmares. The first of the short stories included an Operation Lancaster, and you thought you were having a bad day. A handful of people know the shitty day, or rather shitty couple of years, that this woman has had. The direction her life has taken eventually comes to a head in a rather violent fashion. Poor Chandra Yeager, hey, Thunderhead? Yeah. It's a good story, though. I like Nightmares. And yeah, she's flipping the fuck out. Just going mad. I like how you can see the Jenner readout over here, because she's definitely piloting a Jenner in this scene. Honestly, the short stories in Operation Lancaster are better than... I don't want to use the phrase better than they have any right to be. Like, they should be good, but I think it's probably fair to say that... I don't think people would really criticize me for saying that a lot of fan projects, when people submit, like, short stories written in them, they fall short of a certain level of quality. You know? O'Coral, good night to you. Thank you so much for being here, man. I hope to see you again on Tuesday. They fall short somehow. Really good writers are few and far between, even as writers are seemingly plentiful. 11 months. It is kind of mind-blowing, isn't it, O'Coral? Holy shit, thank you so much for that sub, man. I really appreciate it. I was impressed with the quality of the writing all through Operation Lancaster, having been given a chance to actually read through it, and I think that you will all like it when it is available to you. I know I told Sumitha, like, there's one story in Operation Lancaster that I'm kind of like, I'm not really sure what the point of that one is, and I didn't love it all that much. He pointed out that it was like, that was an early project, and the rest sort of grew out of it, so okay, I understand that. But the rest of them are like, really, really quite good. I think they just get better and better as the stories go on. Of course, a bad day can always get worse, or better, depending on who you piss off. Ooh, like this big badass son-bitch right here. And this poor burning, fucked up Jenner right here. And what was this guy? He was in a wasp? A wasp or a stinger that was chasing him down? And then, yeah, Sumitha comes up behind him and just kablammo! You can imagine the pilot in this cockpit is just sort of like a rapidly vaporizing blood mist at this point. Matt Plog's art, as always, inspirational as hell. Oh, this is the Mad Cat Demon. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I looked at the shape of the cockpit, and for some reason I thought Sumitha, but you're right, looking at the weapon pods and the way the missiles are arranged, yeah, this is the Mad Cat Demoness. There are a number of Demonesses throughout the story. Mein Gott. I know what you mean, Walter's Workshop. Honestly, I don't bother reading the lore in so many, like, lore expansion books. That sounds funny. I don't bother reading the little short stories in a lot of them. I just go right to the meat, to the crunch. But this is one that you're definitely going to want to give the actual literature at least a once-over. Very compelling, action-oriented stories, assisted by the incredible art of Matt Plog. As always, just a fantastic job. Coming down. Last one from White Wolf. A little bit of progress. Can't say much extra about this one, but oi, this cramp in my right hand can go away anytime. Yeah, I'll bet. Differentials having 4 parts each. Large enough to notice the differentials having 4 parts. Oh yeah, that's... It really is a bit silly, if I'm being honest. That's just the diff casing as a heads up. 6, once you include the drive shafts and the transmission, isn't even... Well, you know, once you've built it, you could really just leave this part off if you wanted to, couldn't you? But hey, at least you'll know that it's in there, and that's something. That's gotta be worth something. That will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and thus to the end of tonight's stream. Why aren't you showing? Why is my text not showing? Come on. Set you to... There we go. I knew it was gonna work eventually. Let's see who is doing what out there in the Twitchverse. Ooh, Teal just got started. Zambies is doing some painting. He just got started, didn't he? Let me check on that. If Teal Sakai just got started, I think we're gonna raid right over there, because he has been painting some pretty cool shit lately. Finishing some models. Yeah. Also doing some stream raiders, and he just got started. Fuck yeah, we're gonna raid right on over into there. Unless y'all want to see what Zambies is doing. Hang on, let me see. Some orcs. She's painting some orcs. Alright. What do you guys feel like? Teal Sakai or Zambies? Your choice. I'm leaning towards Teal, if I'm being honest. I think we should do that. Yeah. That's what we're gonna do. Get that stream started off right and get that raid going strong. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gelmex, thank you as always for joining us here at Thunderhead Studio for really just a whole bunch of bullshit. Just kind of well strung together bullshit, I like to think. Been painting some heavy gear. We're going to get some more heavy gear going lately. We will be back Tuesday, December 29th. I'm going to be painting some Marvel Crisis Protocol, getting into my own set, probably working on Captain America. I'm thinking Captain America. I can do a better job on him. Maybe Spider-Man. We'll see. Thursday, I'm thinking maybe some Titanfall 2. There's a question mark on that. That might also be Jedi Fallen Order. We'll announce some of that as we get closer to it. And I think we're just going to go ahead and stream right over the new year because I can't think of a compelling reason not to. And then Sunday, January the 3rd, first stream of the new year. We will be right back into Battletech. Fuck yes. Fucking robots. Not fucking robots, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, chat. For God's sake. Big thank you to everybody who came out today. A lot of new follows. Thank you guys for those follows. Thank you to my mod team, as always, for keeping shit together. Thank you to Siestinator Rio for that amazing piece of art. Oh my God. Thank you to everybody for these subs. You make my heart swell. I've got to go get something to eat. So I'll see you later, and until next time, keep on painting.